Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10. We are getting ready to get things started here. And oh, how exciting it is. Hello, everybody. My name is Shalthis, and today I am joined by my buddy from Gfinity, and just my buddy in general, Freezing Wolves.
Hello.
Welcome. And we will be bringing you some exciting Rocket League action. And we're going to kick things off with a round of 16 matchup. Team Shazoo taking on Hard-On Colliders. Of course.
I know, we're already getting in on it. I mean, come on, Shalthis. Like, not even starting us off light to begin. You're just throwing us into the fray.
Go in, feet to the fire. So, we are ready to get things started here, so I'm going to go ahead and pop over into our game view. There we are. So yeah, we are ready to go. Team Shazoo, Hard-On Colliders, round of 16. So a bit of an interesting ESL tournament this week in terms of teams that have made it, what teams are playing, what teams aren't playing. And one notable team that is not playing this week is your defending champions, Flipside Tactics.
Yeah, it seemed like they had some scheduling conflicts, but still, I don't think it's really going to change anything for them. Really, you know, it's good to take a day or two off, especially since they did so well in Gfinity this Friday.
Yeah, they did, and I think Flipside's kind of established themselves long enough that they can afford to take a week away, and at least a week away from ESL, still maintain top of the charts, and kind of carry it forward. But, yeah, I'm not too worried about that, but it does make things a little bit interesting just in the sense of wondering who the team will be that ultimately takes the trophy this week. Of course, the obvious favorite, I think, will be Swarm, who is actually playing, again, with a substitute, but a very potent substitute in Gambit from Kings of Urban.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, you know, just thinking about that, I can look and see in the crowd of eggs, everyone's super excited and bouncing around, throwing their flags. Got a good event coming up here.
Yeah, there are some excited eggs for what will be a very interesting tournament. But of course, we're going to be joining up with another team that I think probably stands a chance of meeting Swarm in the opposite side of the bracket, all things considered, and that is, of course, Team Shazoo, who had it's basically been a very solid team in every tournament they've played in. So,
oh, absolutely, they have the skills. They have. It's almost like that that really, really corny movie. They have the technology. They can become better, but definitely they have the skill. Now see if they have what it takes.
Well, we will find out. So here we go. Team Shazoo taking on Hard-On Colliders. This is a team I didn't even know was out there. It's Hard-On Colliders. I mean, by name alone, I guess they at least win that much. But, yeah, they've actually been doing fairly well this tournament so far. Obviously made it to the round of 16. A few interesting names that I've not really seen much of here in the round of 16. And already, good shot out of the gate, but Skyline with a big key stop. Pressure coming out for Hard-On Colliders, forcing Shazoo to really have to work to get the ball in the blue zone.
Yeah, a lot more aggression from Hard-On Colliders, but here comes Team Shazoo.
Really nice play there, nearly a goal, but they couldn't get quite behind it enough. So they're going to turn it around again. Looks like Shazoo's starting to find their feet a little bit. Probably was just trying to estimate how they wanted to approach this game. Nice shot on goal. Oh, Vogan tried to get underneath it, direct it high into that corner, but got a little too much on it.
Yeah, I think that was O'Neal because Vogan was actually the one defending on that one. But still, either way, it was a close chance, just not making it like you needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the attacking has turned around. Hard-On Colliders trying to put something together. They do have to drop back to get boost, so that kind of ends that attack a little early. Yeah, don't think I've seen many of these particular players, but then again, you know, there's every single week there's new teams, new players who start to emerge, who start to perform really well. And speaking of which,
I lied.
Big mid-air attempt.
Yeah, I almost took it to him. I believe I've seen Mogul around, and he's been doing very well in Platinum for the ranks, but the other two, no, I can't really say I've seen too much of them.
Might just be a case of, you know, players who do really well on the ladders starting to, you know, actually form a team and go from there and challenge some of these top squads, which is always good. We need more top-tier teams. And there's a big shot on goal that goes just a little wide by O'Neal. Vogan tries to pick it up, but he can't get past Alexander.
Yeah, that was such a fantastic contest by Mogul. I mean, couldn't ask for a better one there because it really stopped Vogan from making that shot.
I'm liking the way these two teams are kind of playing each other right now. You know, they're definitely feeling each other out, figuring out what they want to do. I haven't seen them commit too hard to any sort of attack because I think they're just really getting a good feel for it. I don't think Shazoo has probably ever played this team before. You know, they want to get a bit of a gauge, and there's Vogan, gets a goal.
Yeah, you could see after Vogan gets a nice little tap from Skyline, they're feeling more comfortable because here come the attacks. So, hard-on colliders better be ready.
Yeah, it is developing nicely for Shazoo here. They're starting to find their rhythm a little bit with this team. You know, Shazoo's not the sort of team that typically likes to give up a game just to feel their opponents out. They like to just win from the get-go. I think that's the approach they like to take.
Oh, absolutely, but with a completely different lineup and not even knowing your opponents, sometimes it's good just to take a few minutes to gauge who and what they are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sound strategy. Every team does it. You know, I mean, we even saw at the ESL Monthly Finals yesterday. You know, congratulations, by the way, to Cosmic Aftershock, who challenged really one of the top-tier teams in Vanquished Untethered, who just could not perform in the finals yesterday, and they took them out 4-1. But even in those series, you know, both Cosmic and Vanquished gave up the first game and, you know, then kind of rolled forward. Now, Vanquished had a little bit of a harder time. But,
yeah, but it honestly looked like Vanquished was going to take it after they took game one. I was like, all right, well, this is the Vanquished we were looking for, and then it switched.
Yeah, sometimes you never know what sort of Cosmic team you're going to be dealing with. But in any case, we see that a lot in EU as well. Flipside and Swarm, they typically do that sort of strategy. But here's Shazoo trying to own this one-goal lead and hopefully extend it a little bit before time is up. Oh, that's not a good clear. But fortunately, they do follow up on the rebound and get it out of harm's way. And now, still plenty of time to get an equalizer, plenty of time to get a big go-ahead.
Oh, that was their chance, too. All three of Team Shazoo were up way too far there. Luckily, hard-on colliders helping out by clearing that ball for them.
Oh, and there's another clear. O'Neal tries to put the ball on net, but can't do it. And we are still down to the final few seconds here. Hard-on colliders has to move the ball up pitch, and they're doing just that. Oh, the big missed clear, but it goes a little wide to the left. Oh, a huge missed stop.
Yeah, that could have changed the whole game right there. Surprised he missed that.
Oh, the equalizer, or the go-ahead, I should say, the further go-ahead, gets turned aside. We're in 0-second time now, but not for much longer. So there you have it. Shazoo takes game one. Very narrow game. And they're going to be moving on here to game two. Try and keep this streak going. And maybe we'll see a little bit more of the usual Shazoo, I think, in this next game.
I hope so, but I was a little worried with how Skyline was attacking there. We're looking back on that right there. It looked like Vogan and O'Neal were setting up a lot of shots, and Skyline, I think, was only there for half of them.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was just their approach to the game. Just the way they decided they wanted to handle this particular go. So we'll see. It looks like we're waiting on O'Neal, who's having some sort of technical problem.
So
Well, maybe they are back in anyway.
Well, we'll wait till they go in.
Yeah, they are in. They are ready.
All right.
We're ready. All right,
Guess
game 2.
Guess it didn't take them that long.
No, got their issue sorted out. I'll update the scoreboard in just a little bit here. But yeah, Shazoo up obviously 1-0 right now. And just try. Now, I think really what we want to see here, obviously, if Shazoo starts to get a little bit on pace, but Mogul actually right out of the gate.
Alright, so yeah, watch this mistake right here. Skyline's actually getting back in position, and he just goes a little bit too far. Honestly, that was just a miscommunication by the team. Should never have happened.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad position on getting into goal, and not quite enough on the save attempt. But here comes Shazoo. They're going to try to get something set up here. Good follow-up by Vogan, but not enough behind it. Easily turned aside. And we're heading back up pitch again for Hard-On Colliders. I'm sure they would love to get a big upset win here over Shazoo, and a good stop there by Mogul.
Yeah,
but they can't stop that one.
Yeah. I was going to say, the pressure's on for them to hold, and you could already see that they had a lot of clear mistakes last time, and here comes another one.
And really, a good little side swipe there, lets it in.
Yeah, real poor clear. O'Neal takes it from that corner and just puts it in. No one's there for defense.
Oh, off the kickoff, that was right on target. Fortunately, Skyline has very solid reaction time. You know, he is a big offensive player here for Shazoo, but I've seen him also be a very big defensive threat as well. So, Shazoo's got quite the stacked lineup. They always really have.
Yeah, it's just getting that stacked lineup to really mesh together.
Yeah, we haven't quite seen them gel or perform as well as they did with Meeps in the lineup, now that O'Neal is back. And that's certainly nothing against O'Neal. He's a top-tier player and has been. I think it's just a matter of getting this new lineup to gel in the same way. And once we get that, then it's going to be just dangerous territory for any other team that has to play Shazoo.
Oh, absolutely. No, that was such a good block. It's 1v3. Oh, and he can't do it.
Excellent block. No way to get in front of it in time for Hard-On Colliders. Just wide open net. Easily put in for Shazoo. And there you have it. They get the go-ahead goal.
Yeah, and Admiral Puma, he had like maybe 10 boosts. All he could do was just try.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you do what you can. But it was just a very solid block that set that whole play up.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, that went a little close to goal, but they did get it out of Danger's way. And now Shazoo turning it back around. I think they'd love to, I'd say run, I don't want to say run up the score, but they'd love to get a few more goals here, really establish that they are the team to beat in Europe this week.
Oh, and that kind of puts them in the front running right there. What a great pass by O'Neal, setting up Bogan.
Yeah, speaking of which, look at this, off the corner, he then plays it right in front. Vogan, big follow-up, gets goal 3 for Shazoo. Gives them that nice little 2-goal cushion.
Oh, what is with all the missing face-offs? It's so weird. But I have to admit, earlier on that, O'Neal could never got that pass off if Skyline didn't backflip to kick it behind him.
Yeah, they have very good teamwork here. Oh, and that was a big missed defensive stop. And that's another relatively easy goal for Shazoo. Not the kind of stuff that has to happen here. Mogul tried to get in and stop it, but he was just unable to do so. Maybe even touched it in a little bit himself.
Yeah, I think you got time to update the bracket while we're waiting a little bit here, since it's 1-0 Shazoo, and it might be 2-0 here in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Admiral Puma cleared out. Here comes O'Neal, and Skyline gets a shot. No, just wide.
Oh, they can't get out of Danger's way, and there's another good shot on goal. A lot of chances here. Hard-On Colliders having a very difficult time putting this ball on Shazoo's net. Haven't even really been able to put it in the orange side of the pitch much today, or at least in this game. And this is basically a little bit of what I expected. You know, we had that first game. Shazoo felt them out a little bit. Took a 1-0, very close win. Now they're in their groove. They've figured their opponents out, and we got a 4-1 scoreline. So.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think what helped them was actually Hard-On Colliders getting the first goal kind of set them straight.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, you get a little bit of a wake-up call there, figuring out who you're playing with.
Oh,
and a big play by Skyline. That was gorgeous looking.
Yeah, Alexander, he should have had that right there. And same with Mogul, both of them just kind of staring up at the ball.
Yeah, we're really seeing, I think the big thing here is less of Shizou looking their usual outstanding selves, and more of just a lot of big defensive lapses here by hard-on colliders.
I guess, but to be fair, I'm actually a little scared, even though O'Neal gets that great shot there. I'm actually a little scared for Shazoo. And it's not for this series as, Mogul just doesn't get the clear he needs. He actually pinches it into the goal.
Yeah.
It's really, I feel like we're seeing only what Shazoo wants to show us. They're not really giving us their full force Shazoo because they're playing at a slower pace.
Yeah, and a lot of that sometimes is deliberate. You do what you have to do to get the win, and if it can take a lot out of you mentally to completely commit like that. And there's a good opportunity for hard-on colliders, but they can't get anybody in front to finish it. But yeah, and I think you're right. They deliberately probably hold back a little bit, play as much as they need to, and not as much as they could. We've seen Shizou firing on all cylinders before, and this is definitely not it. But it's been enough to get a very secure scoreline, and they are looking to get the Brazil, and they will.
Got it. Now, can they hold the Brazil? That's the question. Or do they want to continue?
They got 47 seconds in which to try and do it.
Yeah, it looks like both sides are having some lag spikes. They might actually try and fix it earlier, so we'll see what happens. But that Brazil, hopefully it can hold true. Everyone likes a good Brazil.
Oh, no. They're trying to fight, get that second goal, break the Brazil.
Oh, no.
They might break the Brazil the other way. And O'Neal from long distance.
Oh, why you break my Brazil? Why?
You can still type Brazil with an 8 and a 1, but it's not quite the same.
It's not the same.
Big blowout win, though.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good win here, but Alexander's saying that he actually went under the grass from the lag on the last one, so I think they're going to look to try and change up the servers after this one.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of spiking happening on my end, but I never know if that's just a server issue or if that's just because I'm in North America joining an EU server. So
I guess, but looking at it, I just noticed that Alexander went from 28 ping to 74. That's a pretty big spike.
Yeah, it is. So they'll definitely regroup here after this game too. Trying to play Rule 1 here.
No.
And it can't get to it. But there we go. Shizou is going to definitely take this second game. So I'm going to let me just switch off screen here for a second because we know that they are regrouping. And while we're doing that, I will update the necessary information as we head into Game 3 very shortly here.
Alright.
Let me just get out of this lobby before they yell at me. But, yeah, so hard-on colliders got a little bit dominated there, partly due to lag, partly due to, I'd say, just being a little outclassed by Team Shizou, who really is certainly in that conversation of the top-tier EU teams.
Yeah, but this might scare you a little bit. This news I just found out. Now I'm actually looking at it right now. Supersonic Stars lost to Complain. Killer No, Godlight, and Sicky Sim just got beat.
I mean, it doesn't really surprise me too much because Supersonic Stars are one of those teams that are so hard to read from week to week. They will have a consistent period of time for 2 or 3 weeks where they are just rocking it and they are getting top finishes. I mean, they placed top 3. They were third place the past 2 ESL tournaments. And then this happens.
Yeah, but so, I just figured out why they lost, or at least who they lost to. So the players are Dadu, who's an excellent player, X3M, and of course, Yemen,
Ah,
who played with Swarm.
all right. So maybe Yemen finding himself a new little squad, getting a big win. That'll probably be motivational. But just really interesting stuff has happened in this tournament so far. But yeah, I'll be interested to see how well Team Complain, or just Complain as it were, fares as we go forward in the rest of this tournament. But now we are just waiting on everybody to get in here for Game 3.
Yeah, whoopsie. I was taking a moment.
No worries. Here we go. Game 3 about to begin.
Yeah, keep me in check,
Colliders.
Shalthis. I don't need to be around information too much.
There we go. Shazoo in orange. Hard on Colliders in blue. Already Shazoo coming out with some solid goals. They've been leaving Skyline back on defense quite a bit here.
I think it's less of leaving him back up, is more of letting O'Neal and Bogan take the first attempt and then letting Skyline get that next hit, because he is, to be honest, I feel like Skyline's much better at the aerials than both Bogan and O'Neal.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, Skyline is a incredible striker, really. You know, he comes from all angles to get goals for Shazoo. But again, he has also been a wall in defense so much.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice redirect there by Mogul, but it was way too far off. I mean, that was actually a very solid attempt there. They probably could have snuck that by. Couldn't quite do it. Well, we're a minute down, still nothing on the scoreline here. Another good shot on goal. Bit of a double team pinch, gets it all the way back downfield.
Yep. Oh, here comes Skyline. He's got it centered. Where's Bogan? And there he is!
There he is! Oh, that doesn't go in! So Skyline tries to come in. O'Neal goes over his head because he ran a little out of boost, I think. They couldn't turn it around.
Oh, that should have been a goal for them, and that left them very vulnerable on that hit.
Yeah, two fairly wide open attempts there by both teams, kind of missed.
Yeah, and then Hard on Collider, they have good shots, but there's no power behind them.
Yep, and that will be in. Mogul turns that big one aside. Nice clear away from the goal. But the pressure's still on here for Shazoo. Played into the corner.
Bogan's making sure it stays over here on Hard on Collider's side. Oh, what a good pinch. Don't think that was expected.
Yeah, no, O'Neal had to start falling back. Fortunately, Skyline was able to kind of beat him to the ball and help direct that the other direction. Even the clears really don't have a lot of force behind them, and that's going to be tricky.
Yeah, if you want to play a top-tier team, you've got to make these clears, and right now they're not making them, except maybe on the second attempt, but you're not going to have that second attempt every time.
No, you're not. Very close bit of saving there. Yeah, you can't rely too much on the follow-through, but it's always good to have somebody back there to catch those rebounds, because you never know when something's going to stop, or be stopped, I should say. Here we go, Mogul trying to turn something around. They don't get quite enough on the clear there, but here we go, we're going back the other direction, and that's a big goal for Shazoo. Now O'Neal looks like he pops it up in the air, blocks that clear attempt, keeps right underneath it, and then just drills it into the bottom of the net.
Yeah, and if you notice, Hard on Colliders, when they get excited and they think they have a chance to run with the ball, they all go for it. And that just leaves them so vulnerable when there is an actual block.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good learning experience, I think, for Hard on Colliders. I think they can take a lot away from playing against a team here like Shazoo. But they have certainly challenged Shazoo a little bit more than I would honestly say I expected. There's Skyline getting on the score sheet.
But see, that's what we're used to from Shazoo. That 1-2 punch. Nice little setup by Bogan, and here comes Skyline.
Yep. That is very typical Shazoo. And, I mean, that's what you got to be able to adapt to. So, you know, like I said, learning experience here for Hard on Colliders. They can certainly take away. Oh, a big shot goes a little bit too wide. That was so close.
Yeah, that could have been the nail in the coffin right there. It's so hard to come back from 3 goals down.
Yeah, it is. It's hard enough, especially the way this game's been going, hard enough to come back from 2 goals down. Like everybody from Shizou trying to get a piece of that ball, trying to put it on net, but cannot make it happen. Now Alexander trying to carry the ball up, easily turned aside. Couple whiffs in air, everybody misses there.
And look at it. No, if O'Neal had hit that, there was no one in goal.
I know.
It's always the easiest ones that are the hardest to make.
Seems to happen all the time. You get a nice wide open net, you're coming in clean on the ball, and you just whiff. At least that's how I tend to play.
Oh, yeah. Same with me.
That's my strategy.
There's a little more explicitives than mine, though.
Well, yeah. That's just the narrator's version of it, not the commentator version. The commentator version is for mature audiences only.
There we go. It looks like they're finally leaving someone back to defend, which is what they should have done from the beginning. Probably could have saved a lot of these easy goals on them.
Maybe so, but I think a lot of it's going to be too late. Final 30 seconds here. Shizou trying to get that third goal, extend their lead a little bit further, but probably won't need to. They have kept a clean sheet thus far, and it's not an impossible task to come back from, at least not yet. Not until we get into 0-second time. But it just got way harder because we're about to wrap up Game 3 of this round of 16 series. Shizou looking for a spot in the quarterfinals, and they will absolutely get it. There you have it.
Now, see, that scares me right there because, look, there were so many good setups by Skyline. I don't know if you were paying attention to it, but that first one off the left side wall got a good hit, good pass, and then no one was there. O'Neal was out of position. Then that one in the corner, Vogan's out of position, and so is O'Neal. So I feel like even though it's an easy win for Shizou, they need to definitely pay attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, a few little lapses there, but also probably just taking their foot off the gas a tiny bit. And even if you look at the shots here, 10 shots on goal for Shizou in that game, 2 for hard-on colliders. So,
oh yeah, hard-on colliders were definitely fighting from the back of their own side, and really, like I said earlier, it was those clears. Those clears just had no power, no punch. And I mean, you're just sitting there like, well, this is going to be an easy return by Shizou because it wasn't going anywhere. It's almost like T-ball. Yeah,
no, you're absolutely right. If you don't beat them to the punch there, they will punish you without too much of a problem.
Yeah.
All right, I am taking a quick look at our bracket here. I want to see where we can head next.
There's plenty of games to check out.
There are a lot that are probably already underway. Just trying to see what develops here. We are getting...
Well, Swarm took out Microwave. Which, Team Microwave has been a really good up-and-coming team. So it's sad to see them go on and get taken out. But, play against the best, you learn from the best.
Yeah, this will be very interesting. I'm trying to see who... So we know Shizou moving on to the quarterfinals. They could be facing Lunacy, Team Aswemus, or Death Purge Rocket League.
Yeah. And it also looks like Nice One team might be playing Swarm Gaming again.
Yeah, and it sounds like Swarm actually 2v3'd their last win.
Yeah.
Which, that fact alone tells me that everybody else needs to be really concerned for Swarm Gaming right now, because that's, when you're that deep, then, and you're doing a 2v3 win, that's concerning.
Yeah.
For anybody else.
Yeah, and I wouldn't count out Avengers today to make it to the semis and maybe finals if they can somehow beat Swarming, because we saw the other day with Elp playing for Team Rocket, Elp was fantastic with his striking.
Yeah, I mean, Supersonic Striker's always a very solid team. I think their only problem has been they haven't been... I don't think they played at all last week.
I think you mean Supersonic Avengers, right?
What did I say?
Strikers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Supersonic Avengers, man. They are they're a very great team, but they just don't always play. Well, I think I guess what I'm reading is Swarm's been playing 2v3 this entire time, because apparently Gambit has not arrived. That makes things very difficult for Swarm, because the problem is with ESL, the rules are your team, they have to be on the roster before the tournament starts in order to play for you. And the only players that are on their roster, aside from Pashy and Stocky, are DeBoer and Gambit now. So, I think what we'll do here, let's take a quick little break. When we come back, maybe we'll hop in with Swarm and see how that craziness will play out when they face a round of 8 team. So,
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll take a quick little commercial break here. You're watching the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are hopefully just about ready to move into our next game, but we're just waiting on everything bracket-wise to actually develop here.
Yep, I got a good cat nap.
Well, as we mentioned before the break, so Swarm apparently has been playing 2v3 this entire tournament run so far. I guess Gambit has been a bit of a no-show, so we're waiting to see who they face next. It'll either be Fly to Win or Nice One Team, who we have seen quite a bit of lately. So either way, they should have a bit of a tougher time, or it's expected to have a bit of a tougher time against a little more capable team, so maybe 2v3 won't cut it after a certain point here. But,
yeah, but who is Gambit supposed to be subbing for?
DeBoer, I believe. I think DeBoer is still out at the moment.
Yeah, there's still Apache and Stocky you have to contend with here. I'm not putting Swarm out of the table here just yet. Not with that kind of talent.
No, then they're very talented, but I think it's more a logistical thing. It's much easier to get a ball past a team of 2 than it is a team of 3. So it might just be a fact that 2 cars can only cover so much of the pitch, and we know that Nice One Team is a team that plays exceptionally well. They can make really good teams work for their wins, and if they're the ones who make it through, then I think Swarm will have a bit of a challenge, certainly, trying to 2v3 that team.
Yeah, that's true, but Nice One Team's always been more defensive. So I think what works for Swarm in the 2v3 is when I play duos, your main communication is rotation. As soon as you hit the ball, you rotate, next person comes up. And as long as you keep that back and forth mentality going, you're really going to put it to a 3-man team, because now they have to communicate where that ball's coming from and how to block that. Because with Swarm, even in a 2v3 setting, as long as they do their rotations, I can feel a lot of pressure coming on.
Oh, certainly. I expect whoever has to deal with this particular 2-man Swarm team will certainly have their hands full. It's not going to be a typical 2-man team, to say the least. But yeah, I'm really interested to see. That's why I'm sticking around for this match. We're waiting back on this one. I just want to see, how exactly Swarm is going to pull this off and how they're going to play now that they're really deep here in the tournament. I mean, they're in the quarterfinals right now, still just 2-manning it.
Yep.
So,
and also an update, Team Weemus did make it, so now they're playing against Lunacy in the round of 16.
Alright, so Weemus gets Lunacy, and then the winner of that will face Shazoo in the quarterfinals. So that will be a challenging little series for whoever makes it that far.
Yep.
Yeah, things are really developing interestingly here. A very unique top 8 here in the 10th Europe Cup. Just because a lot of teams not playing or playing a little bit differently. Like I said, Team Rocket not here. Flipside Tactics not here. So very familiar names not in the tournament this time around. But yeah, it'll be interesting stuff.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of curious. I have no clue about Team Solid or Firewall. I was looking at both teams and their names, and I've never seen any of them. So this will be very interesting for me. I kind of finally get an opening to see how they do against Complain, since I know Yemen and a few of their players as well. So that'll give me a good gauge off of how good they're going to be, whoever gets to play them.
Yeah, Firewall I have seen, they've been a long mainstay here in ESL. They've never quite broken through to be like a really top-level team, but they've had a few top 8 finishes in the early weeks of the Europe Cup tournaments, things like that. So they always kind of make a little bit of headway here and there. So it's interesting to see, kind of how they come through. But it looks like our next match is at least set. The lobby, I don't believe, is ready quite yet, but the bracket has updated. So Swarm will be taking on, no real surprise here, Nice One Team in the quarterfinals for a spot in the semis in what I am really excited for a tournament level 2v3 match. You know, the good old unfair difficulty.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing against the unfair bots. It's difficult, but it can be done.
Yep, it can certainly be done, and I think you gotta wonder, I say unfair, but who is it unfair for? You know?
Yeah,
maybe a handicap match, but, you know, this is Swarm. They're typically not a handicap team.
Exactly, and this is going to put the pressure on Nice One team because now their defense is going to have to prove, because we remember last time their defense was solid, but they missed too many counter-attacking opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, I think what Nice One team really needs to focus on here is finding those gaps. Like, there are going to be quite a few, I think, just in the logistical side of the game. So they have to take advantage of those gaps in the two-man Swarm team, get the ball past them, and then they can punish it. So it's going to be a little tricky for them. That they might take a game to figure it out, maybe a game or two, depending on what they're facing. But this Swarm is coming in knowing exactly how they need to deal with a three-man team, and they will be a serious threat. So,
and see, people are saying that the 1v4 on unfair mode's easy. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, if you use the exploit of keep it up in the air, I dare you to keep it on the ground and see if you can win. That's what I'm talking about, is unfair.
Yeah, all it is right now is just... I'm just concerned about this 2v3. We're waiting on the details now. Then I'll get everything updated and we will pop into our next round matchup. Again, quarterfinals coming up here. Swarm Gaming taking on Nice One team in what will be a 2v3 exhibition of sorts.
Oh, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun to see.
Too bad that, you know, Gambit wasn't able to show up, or at least hasn't shown up yet. It's not too late.
Maybe it'll be a dramatic entrance.
Yeah, could make the old John Cena burst through the door. Trumpets blaring.
Oh my god, you chose a horrible time to do that. I almost spit all over my microphone. Breathe.
Yeah. You never know, could come out of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
But as it stands right now, just waiting. So, you know, I don't expect this tournament to really tilt the scene too much, like the general European scene. But what I do like about this tournament is we're starting to see a little more attention to some teams we normally don't see. You know, usually these teams are overshadowed by some of the typical top dogs who compete, but because they're not there, we're getting teams, you know, like Centered, who's brand new, of course, but just a lot of kind of Complain, who is new, of course, but Team Solid, you know, we haven't seen them before. Getting a little more time with some teams like Team Esquimus and Lunacy, you know, teams that we've seen, but they typically, or they might go out a little earlier than usual because they're dealing with, you know, a really ridiculous top-tier squad.
Oh yeah, and I have to admit, I'm really, really happy that it's almost a mainstay that we've been seeing Nice One team make it to the round of 16 or better. Like, that, to me, is proving that they are progressing at a very good rate right now.
Yeah, I think that given a little more time, and they'll start being regular faces in the top 8 for sure. So we'll have to see how it plays out next week. But right now, I'm hoping we will get in on this this 2v3. Assuming it is still a 2v3. I just know it's been a 2v3 thus far, but I don't know where it stands right now. Yeah, this is a really interesting tournament week. I thought I don't know quite what to expect. I never know what to expect each week here in ESL.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wasn't sure quite what I was going to be facing, but trying to look over now and hopefully get this info very soon.
So, yeah, while we're waiting, I always love doing this because I love putting you on the spot. I don't know why. I get so much joy of seeing you squirm a little bit. But, alright, 2v3 now. It's not the 3v3. Swarm versus Nice One team. How many games are taken? What do you expect?
At as it stands right now, Swarm has gotten a lot of good practice in this 2v3 environment. If this were like the top of the series, like the first game of the week that they were playing, then I might tilt it heavily in favor of Nice One Team. But they've already gone through, 4 series so far in 2v3. That's a lot. And to have gotten this far clearly tells me that they've got a strategy down that seems to be working. So I'm going to say Swarm will probably take this.
Ooh.
But if they do it, it's probably going to take them 4 or 5 games.
Okay, so you're going to call for, what, 3-1 or 3-2?
I'm going to go 3-2. Just because I think if they're going to do it to Nice One Team, they are going to have to earn it. Like, this is not going to be a cakewalk.
Right. I'm going to call it as a 3-1. And the reason why I say that is because just what Mogul said, I had to look at the stats a little while ago and found out Brutes is not playing for Nice One Team. So I got a little advantage on you in information.
Yeah, I mean, even so, it's still a 2v3 environment, so.
Yeah, it still is, but, I mean, Brutes was honestly their main counterattacker in that team. And so that's who I was looking forward to taking an advantage on Swarm on each one of those good blocks they got. But now I just have to wonder who's going to be the one that steps up.
Yeah, someone's going to have to. I mean, this is a good chance to. Even if Swarm is down a person, it's still an opportunity to show that you're a contender and play against a team who, even with only 2 people on it, can hang pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, I just felt bad that Gambit, forgot to set his alarm this morning to wake up for the ESL.
I never really know. The controller turned back on. Alright.
Any information yet?
Still waiting on lobby details here.
Oh,
alright, I think we got him here. Usual details. Let me just verify our colors here, and then we're going to head into this, what I'm sure will be a very exciting Swarm series. No doubt. But I'm going to...
It worked. I am a prophet.
Yeah, Swarm, typically, they're easy to figure out when it comes to us shoutcasters, knowing where we're going.
Oh, yeah, they help us out so much. Oh, no love today, though. Pashy or Stocky not showing the Shalthis love. Oh, man.
That's alright. Too concerned with, the, having to play in a 2v3 environment here. Alright. I'm going to get in on the lobby at least. But I'm waiting to see what colors they pick so I can actually get my scoreboard updated. Hopefully they'll tell me before they start, and then I can do that.
Well, hopefully they do.
But
Nah, you're just going to have to rush, and I'll take over for a little bit.
well,
Teamwork.
I am waiting. So if they start before they tell me, you just tell me. And
Alright,
then we will
sounds
get
good.
things going. And we will do it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, alright, here we go. Orange is Nice One Team, blue is Swarm. Type it.
alright. I'm trying.
Alright, so here we go. Gnorf getting a nice good center. Oh, Pashy doesn't get the save, and Greasy scores it. Alrighty, Nice One Team. Making me eat my words about Swarm. Oh boy, here we go. Then again, Stocky was getting boost. Alright, here we go.
Alright, we're in. We're good now. Game on.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, our stuff looks good. Fantastic. So 2v3. Speaking of which, let's follow the twos.
What a good save by Pashy right there.
Yeah, already Swarm playing a little bit on the back foot here. Here comes Stocky, plays it off the wall. Can't quite get the setup. They have to be all over the pitch in this series.
Oh yeah, but they can do it.
Oh, they absolutely can. So now it's just a matter of if they can actually beat this team, because, you know, like I said, not a team to be taken too lightly. Nice one, even if they are not playing at full strength. Their usual team strength, I should say.
Yeah. Oh,
and another big shot, Ganorf.
But here it comes. The pain of not having that third person to protect is really biting them. Ooh, they even jumped the replay. Apparently, Pashy and Stocky are just ready to go.
Yeah, they know the goal went in. They just want to keep things going here. There's a nice cross. Could be a good setup here. Pashy gets a little tap, but it just goes too high and off the crossbar. Oh, the big wide opening there. Really something they needed to try and close this gap a bit.
Yeah, that's something that they need to go in for them. They cannot have the missed mistakes. And see, I thought this was going to be nice. One team the one making the shots that just were wide, but now Swarm's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that was very tight, though, you know, and you got to try to be super careful when you're in this type of environment. They got to get that out of dangerous way, and they do manage to get the save.
Stocky's already got save here. That's just how many shots they've already put on top of Stocky.
Yeah, quite a few so far, but a pretty comfortable lead at the moment for Nice 1 team. But Swarm on the attack. Oh, and it gets turned aside by Greasy.
Stocky was so close on that one.
Oh, there's Pashy. Tries to put it up high, and again it goes just too high. Crossbar hero.
Yeah, there's already 4 shots that Swarm have already should have made. So we can already tell that if Swarm cannot get the accuracy down, they are in trouble.
Big cross, here comes Stocky. Can't quite get it, but the ball... Oh, the ball was in a good spot. Pashy, though, played it out a bit, waiting to pick his moment. He's got to kind of touch on a little bit of those 1v1 skills that he has. There's a nice touch. Again, it goes a little high, but there's Stocky to get Swarm on the board. Constant pressure by Swarm. That ball was in the orange zone for a long time, and it finally went in.
In a 2v3 as well, all Nice 1 team needed was one good clear, and they just could not find it.
I mean, let me ask you this, you know, even though you're playing against Swarm, is it going to be disheartening if they were to lose this series to a 2v3 Swarm?
Yes.
And there, speaking of which, the big equalizer by Stocky.
Yeah, and it's going to be disheartening because if you think about it, they are missing opportunities they have to win. This is a handicap they should win. Nowhere in this should Stocky or Pashy should be close. Yes, their skill is good, but if a good team clears and makes the shots like they need to, they don't have to make everyone, just keep the pressure on the 2v3, they would win.
Yeah,
so I would be disheartened.
And in a 2v3 environment like this, just putting on like really heavy pressure on the net, you can find a gap much easier than if this were 3v3. So it's something that could work out here. But again, Swarm back on the attack. They did turn aside a few very good offensive chances by Nice 1 team.
Yeah, and now it's a 1v3. We'll see what happens. Oh, he just hits it right to Pashy. I mean, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I really don't. You know, you're absolutely right. There's no real good way to predict how these teams are going to approach it. I mean, you can't use a 2v2 strategy in this game necessarily. You're going to touch on part of it, but using a 2v2 strategy, of course, relies on the fact that you only have 2 opponents to deal with.
Yeah, but...
So you have to take that same approach in terms of really solid rotation. And, oh, here's a big wide open for Pashy, but it does get turned aside by Greasy.
Yeah, but what's scaring me is it's not Swarm that's changing their tactic, it's Nice 1 team. Nice is actually changing their tactic, and it's killing them. They need to play their game.
Yeah, I am very surprised by just how much Swarm is keeping the ball in the orange side of the net. A good detonation there. Takes Pashy temporarily out. I mean, if you got to detonate people in a 2v3 just to get some kind of headway, you know, it's time to reevaluate your strategy a bit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, but here comes the go-ahead, and Stocky manages to squeeze it past. Just some bad defense there. You can see bad clear here by Ganorp. Stocky makes the contact. Nobody can get to it. And Swarm on the verge of taking game 1 here in this 2v3 quarterfinal match.
And Pashy is just so tickled by it because he honestly thinks they should have lost after going down 2-0. And to be fair, I really think they should have as well.
And there we go. Rule 1 doesn't last very long. And Swarm will go up 1-0 in this series.
Oh my god. I honestly thought Nice One team would take the first one.
Sub-hype.
And
nice
just
flight. Sorry.
Like, oh no, it's okay. I'm just like, where's the Nice One team I know? That's what I want to know.
You know, and I gotta wonder something too. You know, Nice One team, very good team. But, you know, you gotta mentally prepare a bit for a 2v3 against a team because you don't know what to expect out of this team. It's one thing to prepare for Swarm with a sub because you kind of know what Swarm's strategies are. They're either going to use Gambit a little bit on defense or Stocky will stay on defense and they'll go with that, or they'll go with their typical aggressive style, which is a big deal anyway.
Yeah,
but in this case, you know...
Well, I just want to say the big takeaway from this is there was 9 shots on goal by Swarm.
No, I know, and that's because the ball was just constantly in the orange zone. You know, they were not getting it cleared out. They were allowing shots to happen. And right now, here we go, back on the orange side of the pitch. Trying to play a little bit of mid-air dribbling, but couldn't quite happen.
I just want to know where these clears are. Like, they're non-existent.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, look at the ball control here by Swarm. They're preventing the clears just by making it so they can't even see or touch the ball.
Pashy literally just almost 1v3'd again.
I mean, there are so many defensive lapses here for Nice One team, and I think that's what's really going to cost them here. You're seeing just them whiff on these defensive stops. Swarm getting in position smartly to make defensive stops, and they're having to fight for it.
There we go. See, that's a good shot by Spatoski. Got to keep them on their toes. You cannot give them any ground.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Well, at least we know where Mike Rules is. He's in my chat. But here we go, Pashy. Again, like I said, he's bringing out a little bit of that 1v1 style, trying to slow the ball down, dribble it past his opponents. And this is the environment to do it in. Oh, that would have been a nice setup for Pashy, but unfortunately he had to fall back and boost up. But still, there's a big shot.
What I want to know in a 2v3, how are they giving them time to do this? Someone should be on Pashy or Stocky the entire time. Look at that shot. That was beautifully placed, but where's the contest?
I think we kind of talked about this, you know, when the last time we saw these guys play. If you can commit somebody to being a defensive player and just like attacking another player to take them out of the game, yeah, it's going to take that person out of the game, but you're in a 2v3. That still gives you an advantage. They're playing this game like a 3v3, and Swarm is playing it like they always do, and I just think Nice One team doesn't know how to respond, and you have to be flexible. Like, Swarm is not going to have this same kind of ease if they make it further and have to deal with a team like Shizou or something like that. Like, that's not going to happen. Shizou will handle business. Oh, there's another wide open shot. Here comes Pashy. Can't quite beat him to it, but he still keeps the ball in the orange zone. Good cross here. Tries to get his own rebound and can't quite do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with everything Nice One team is doing, but they're not executing. I don't see the clears. I don't see them being themselves. They're doing the same strategy. They're just missing everything.
I don't know. I'm not fine with what they're doing. You know, they got to change it up. You can't go into this type of game and this type of series playing at 3v3. Change your strategy up. Be aggressive against somebody. Take one of your players out. Commit them to like attacking Stocky or Pashy, else you're going to get stuff like that. You shouldn't have a 2-0 scoreline in a 2v3. I'm sorry.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying, is their defense is lacking. Nice One team is one we called as a defensive prowess team, and we're not seeing it. That's all they need, because their counterattacking would take care of Swarm on its own, especially since it's a 2v3. No one's there to defend.
Yeah, exactly. Swarm is committing their usual style, putting 2 forward. They typically aren't, they have to commit to rotate backwards. And they're just, I don't know, I'm really disappointed, I expected, and there's another beautiful aerial. Fortunately, Ganorf gets in front of it. But they got to play way more aggressive. There we go, finally, Greasy gets one pass. That's a little more in the terms of what I want to see. That's a little more in that vein.
Right,
They've
and that's
got
that
everybody forward. Yeah, and that's what they needed. That's what they need to keep doing, and just really push forward to keep this going. But they have to also stop Swarm while they're at it. And there we go, big wide open net. They couldn't quite get to it in time. That's not a big fault on their end, just a little hard to get to the ball in time. And down goes Spatoski, the equalizer. For now, at least.
Yeah, see, this is the time they need to take advantage. There's two of you swarm up. No one's back. Someone needs to get a good clear and push it.
Yep, and the ball just keeps getting turned around. And there's another play. Pesci tries to put something on it, but Spatoski manages to prevent anything from developing. That was a nice play that looked like it was developing there on Greasy's perspective, trying to force the ball forward and get it past Pesci. But we're down to the final minute.
And I mean, dear God, the performance from Pesci and Stocky has just been outstanding. They have played their game to a T, and it is just working flawlessly for them. Oh, Stocky had a chance right there.
Yeah, they've got a very solid, two-man strategy here that they just have to tweak ever so slightly to account for the third person. And look at, they're just getting the ball easily past 2 defenders. Why is that happening? That should not be happening. Again! What a huge defensive lapse! That is ridiculous. That should not have happened. Look at this. Everybody gets they're just left wondering, oh, where's the ball? I don't know.
Someone cue the Benny Hill music for me, please.
That is literally all that was. That was ridiculous. That should not have happened.
No, but Pesci's not going to complain about that at all.
No, I wouldn't either. Take it all. But Swarm here, they're going to go up 2-1 and 2-0 in this series, excuse me. And 2-0 in this series, and here we go. Pesci now trying to dribble it back upfield, get another one, and they will get another goal on another defensive failure.
Look at Greasy if you can. He's in the perfect position, and watch what he does. He doesn't double jump.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're on tilt. That's the problem. They're completely tilted in this game.
Yeah, this is just not the sort of play I expected out of Nice One team. And Swarm will take game 2.
Another double-digit performance. First wasn't 10. It was 9. I'll give them that. It was 9 shots on goal. This time it was 10, and it was Pesci taking over instead of Stocky. So we've already seen both of these are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Pesci had more shots than the entire Nice One team combined.
And Stocky did last game as well. Stocky had 7, and I think Nice One team only had 6. So, I mean,
it's a bit ridiculous, I must say.
Unfair mode, apparently not that unfair.
Yeah, I said it before the series started. Who is it unfair to?
I feel like one of us casters to just join Swarm just to help even the odds to add a little shit show.
I think we'd make it worse. I think they're doing quite well in this 2v3 environment.
That's what I'm saying, just to make it even more fair for Nice One team. They need something.
We'll just be an obstacle on the field, basically. But
yeah. Oh, there we go. Greasy finally gets a steal, but it doesn't matter. Pesci with a nice clear to the corner. There we go.
This is a much better strategy. They're keeping the pressure on. They know that they only have 2 players to contend with, so they're just keeping it going. And Ganorf does get Nice One team on the board.
But we saw last time they were up 1-0, and it did not go their way. So let's see what Pesci and Stocky do. Oh,
Yep, try to get a little bit of a setup there. Now trying to turn it back around, and here we go. Good play now by Nice One Team. And here comes Stocky, equalizing the game up. Trying to make the odds a little more even in terms of at least numbers. There's a big long-distance shot. Oh, and he does not quite get it in. It was a little too far right.
Yep. At least the clears are more concise by Nice One Team.
Yeah, they're definitely coming into this game looking a lot better. You know, so hopefully they can actually convert that into a win here, and maybe even ride that momentum forward a little bit. Oh, again with the just... I can't even call it a lapse anymore, can I? I mean, this is just huge, glaring mistakes in defensive play by Nice One Team that have been consistent throughout these last couple games.
Yeah, that's twice that we've seen Greasy be in a good position and just not make the save.
Yeah, and there's just really no excuse for that. Oh, and they both whiffed on what was a nice wide open opportunity.
But at least they're keeping the pressure.
They are, and that's good. You know, they got to keep it up, though. What they've got going now is good, but can't stop now.
And Stocky's already got the savior again.
He is, and here we go. Speaking of Stocky, puts a nice shot on goal. And that one gets past. Oh, Stocky tried to get in behind it, but couldn't quite do it, so Spotowski will get the go-ahead goal for Nice One Team.
There they go.
Things starting to turn around a little bit better.
Oh, we got a little message from Revolution wanting to know if they should wait for us to do the Weemus versus Shazoo. Oh, no, it's up to you. Do you think this will be done in time?
Well, it's up to them, and I guess it's kind of up to Swarm. It could end here. It could go for another few games. Depends on how Swarm plays in this particular game. Well, if you want to wait, I'll come cast you. We'll come. You know, we'll be there. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm down to catch Shazoo and Weemus.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good game. Very
Another
good
shot. Stocky puts it up to the corner. Cannot quite do it. So here comes Nice One Team again. Pashy, though, slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, but, like, how did Greasy miss that? Like, it was right in front of him.
Things are looking a little better for Nice One Team here. It might be enough, too. They might be able to win this game and carry that momentum forward, depending on what Swarm can do here. Oh, and there, big takeout. Ganorf, but he can't quite convert it.
Oh, Greasy almost did for him, though.
Yeah, two good shots on goal there for Nice One Team. So now Swarm takes it down the other direction. Good cross there by Pashy. Tries to get his own play off the corner, but can't quite do it. Stocky keeps it on the blue zone. Another good shot. Goes a little wide, but they get the rebound. And there is a 2-goal lead.
Finally, they're playing their game. Took them a while, but here we go.
Yep, a nice bit of play here by Nice One Team, finally getting things together. You can't have defensive lapses if you're putting too much pressure on Swarm.
Yeah, exactly, especially with Stocky and Pashy. We already know that they are amazing playing together, and just seeing it in a 2v3 just adds even more resolution to what I say, where I think they are one of the best little duos in a team.
For sure.
That was a good shot.
Greasy getting a nice insurance goal there. Keeps the lead extended. And it looks like Nice One Team probably going to take this game at least and try to get back into this series. So then it's up to Swarm. You know, how does Swarm want to respond here? They've been playing really as good as you can, I'd say, throughout this entire series. It's just that Nice One Team has finally decided to play the sort of game that they have to play in a 2v3 role.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I have to say is I feel like Swarm dropped the tempo a little bit. And I say keep with your playstyle, go back to your tempo, and you'll be just fine. Because, I mean, with Gambit not here as the sub because DeBoer couldn't make it, and Gambit actually not making it either, you now have to rely on you and your buddy, and we know you can do the tempo. It's just, when are you going to bring it back?
Yeah, exactly. They may have slowed it down a bit deliberately here, and they realized, okay, well, we got to turn it back up the way we've usually been playing. And They just need one more win to take this series, but they will not do it in 3. So it's going to be going to a Game 4 here in just about 30 seconds or so, give or take. Of course, that all depends on if we get another goal here and how much 0-second time we get as well. But
yeah, I don't think it's going to last much longer. I think they're going to let this one go on and end after they stop this, but they don't. Oh, Spatoski taking over.
Yeah, Spatoski gets one more for his team.
Yeah, and we don't know the circumstances of, oh, that's why. 400 ping for Pashy in this one, apparently. They might switch up games. Don't know. We'll see what happens, because on mine he looks fine. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, sometimes the ping spikes a little bit here and there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, no 0-second time. Game 3 goes to Nice 1 team, and they are back in the series.
So no clean sheet of the series.
Yeah, no clean sheets, which is good. If I were a Nice 1 team and I got swept by a 2-man team, I'd be feeling a little rough.
Yeah, see, and this is the game that I thought Nice 1 team was going to show us in Game 1 of this series. But, you know, if they're going to do this, are they going to keep it up? Because I really think when they saw the 2v2, it kind of threw them off.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Yeah, because see, this time the entire thing swung. Only 4 shots for blue, and this time we had 15 for orange. So Nice 1 team finally giving us that show that we wanted to see from them.
Yep. Very, very difficult job there for Swarm, trying to contest with a Nice 1 team that has woken up. Now let's see if they can stay awake as we head into Game 4 here. In the blue, a 2-man Swarm, and in the orange, a full-fledged Nice 1 team. They are playing with a sub, but still, it is 2v3. And already good play on net by Ganorf. Swarm having a little bit of a difficult time getting it past. Greasy tries to put it on net, but can't quite get the finish. Oh, and there's a big wide open shot. Here comes Stocky, trying to get it past. Oh, couldn't quite do it. So a few good openings here in the early goings, but neither team getting a nice clean shot. Stocky, though, tries to get something set up.
Yeah, but here comes Swarm's tempo I was talking about, and that pressure.
Pashy plays it back to Stocky, who sends it back to the orange side of the pitch. Tries to cross it. Good stop by Ganorf to prevent that play from developing.
Oh, almost gets it, but good contest by Ganorf to keep Pashy from getting it on net.
Yep, so far, not a lot out of either team. A bit of good time for Swarm. Oh, and there's a nice wide open chance. Oh, and Spatoski forces it in there.
Yeah, Swarm just couldn't clear it out. As we see right here, it's a good block by both of them, but it comes right back from Greasy, and it's just right there on the net. Nowhere they can really go to clear that out in time.
Yeah, a bit of a defensive gap there. Unable to convert anything. So we're going back up to the blue side of the pitch, and Swarm are on the back foot this series. A little bit of a miss there on that clear attempt, and they're still dealing with it. I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, we're seeing a completely different Nice 1 team now.
Yeah.
They figured out what's going on here, but that shot, what? I could have sworn there were orange cars in front of him there. 2, in fact, and there were. And Greasy missed, and Spatoski was just not looking. So
Spatoski wanted to go to the moon. That was it.
I guess so, and there's your equalizer. So Swarm, back in this game, gets the tying goal. Now I'm sure they want to extend this, get a go-ahead, and try and wrap this series up, if they can.
Oh, how does Spatoski miss that?
Another good setup, but Pashy was a little ways back, so he couldn't immediately follow up like he normally would. Here we go. Stocky gets past 2 defenders. Gets a good setup. Pashy plays into the air. And it does get turned aside by Spitowski. Now, plays it off the wall. Nice one team. Can't quite develop anything yet. Good cross. Nobody there to respond to it.
And see, I know Greasy is a good player, but he's got to step it up if they want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, they're getting a little more pressure on the net this time. Finally, nice one team taking advantage of the fact that they are a man up. Oh, and that one gets forced by everybody, by Stocky. But he doesn't quite have enough boost to really do anything with it. So here comes Pashy. Tries to play it up. Again turned aside. Long distance.
Good
Greasy
save
does get to it, thank goodness. With the way this defense has been playing, I was a little concerned.
Yeah.
We're keeping it in the orange zone. Pashy going to play it off the wall. Stocky trying to gauge if he can make a play on it. Not quite. They were able to stop that center from developing. But not this one. Oh, Greasy was there. Tries to play it up. Pashy.
Oh, no.
Oh, and that one very nicely done by nice one team to just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that was a big mistake right there with Pashy and Stocky going up. Pashy had to clear it out, and he doesn't get the hit he needs.
Yeah, exactly. So nice one team gets the go-ahead goal here with 1:41 to play. Trying to force that game 5. Maybe even complete the reverse sweep on this two-man Swarm squad.
Yeah, we have to think about this. For the amount of work that Nice One team is doing, Swarm is having to at least do twice that just because they're having to rotate more and protect their own backsides.
Yeah, exactly. And their offensive chances don't have quite the... they aren't quite as nice as they could be because sometimes they can only go in with one person.
Yeah, so you got a 1v3 happening.
Yeah, exactly. And there, Greasy gets a little bit of an insurance goal here as the final minute about to tick off the clock.
There it is. Calling Greasy out, and now Greasy's is performing. That's what I want to see.
It's all it takes sometimes. Oh, but off the kickoff, and it goes just high off the crossbar.
Oh, but Pashy was too far ahead and just couldn't finish it.
Yeah, Stocky tried to come in on that as well. Nothing doing. Another good shot does get turned aside, but a good rebound. And they are doing exactly what they needed to do in this handicap match.
It took them a while. I was really worried they weren't going to make it and step up in time.
Yeah, they were in a very difficult spot those first two games. Not looking like they really needed to.
Oh no, and Pashy misses the easy goal.
So many goal chances are being missed here by Swarm in these last couple games, especially this one. And that might cost them the series now. But, I mean, either way, the fact that this would go all 5 games, nice big save there by Pashy.
Yeah, it's just insane. It really shouldn't have got this far, but because it did, we are happy to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very exciting series, very evenly matched, despite the fact that we're dealing with two not-so-even teams. You know?
Yeah.
But, looks like we are going to end this game here. Game 4 will go to Nice One team. And we're going to head to a deciding game number 5.
Yeah, and that shot that Pashy had right there, he really, really had a chance to score it. And I felt like, you know, even if he had made it, it's a little too late. But they've had other opportunities that they should have made.
Yeah, looks like we are changing servers here. So we're going to give this just a few moments to allow them to recreate. I guess they just want to rule out any possible lag issues, especially as they go into a big deciding game. They don't want to have any complaints, any asterisks next to their win. Alright, I think we might be back up. Going to pop in here and take a look. Yeah, we are good, so back into the game we go. Getting ready here again for Game 5, deciding game of this quarterfinal series. Winner take all.
Whew, so, alright, how this is going, my 3-1 prediction's out. Do you still believe in Swarm?
I do, but I'm very impressed by how Nice One team has started to come back and play more like they should have been playing since Game 1. So I'm hoping that, you know, they can keep that up just to make things interesting. But Swarm, they've been playing well enough throughout the series that I certainly think they could do it.
Yeah, they've just made too many mistakes. Like, they've missed shots that they normally don't.
Yeah, that's been the big thing, is just missing the shots on goal or going a little wide or anything like that.
Oh.
And there, Greasy gets an early goal. Tries to establish.
There's a mistake
42.
right there.
Yep. I mean, sometimes, you know, these mistakes can obviously happen a lot easier when you're down a whole teammate.
Yeah.
So it's hard to be in the right spot. Risky clear attempt there by Stocky. Very slow going across the goal.
Yeah, I think he lost the handle on it. Went a little too fast and it got on top of his car, and that's not what he wanted.
No, but fortunately, nobody was able to take it off his hood or his roof like I thought was going to happen.
Yeah. But we'll see if Swarm can bring up the pressure and take this game.
Yeah, and right now, Nice One team doing a good job of shutting down any chance that Swarm gets. Swarm having a little bit of difficult time getting things going, trying to play it probably slower pace than they should. I think if they could up the tempo, they might be able to do something with it here, but they're still having to contend with a Nice One team that has figured them out.
Yeah, it took them 2 games, and it almost cost them the series, but they're finally back in it, and they're contesting to win it right now.
Yeah, so Swarm just has to crack the code here of now they're playing a team that's figured out how to counter this 2v3 strategy. So what can they do to counter that? And right now we're starting to see some solid chances develop for Swarm.
Yep, that pressure's coming.
Yep, Stocky had to fall back to boost up, but he's trying to gauge his shots here. It's risky because you can't play too aggressive in a 2v3, you know, but you can't play too passively either because you'll just get burned.
Yeah, you have to have chances on goal, and the only way to get that is to take a chance somewhere.
Oh, that was a bad play.
Oh, what a save.
Pesci saves the day. Stocky makes a bad play off the wall there that was nearly punished. But Pesci played hero for Swarm. Shot goes off the wall. They got to get it out. Down goes Stocky. But fortunately, the ball out of the zone. So that should be enough time for Stocky to recuperate. And for them to turn this around. There's a shot on goal, and it's going to get past everybody. Wow, Stocky.
Oh, where's the defense?
I don't know, but from long distance, Stocky puts it past everybody.
Spatowski and Crazy. Each time I see them fly, I get worried just because I haven't seen them make the saves that they need to. I've seen them make goals. Don't get me wrong, their aerials to attack have been fantastic, but the aerials for defense have been very, very lacking.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, that's a good equalizer for Swarm, but we've seen it before, and then we've seen Nice One team come back and get a few goals to secure a victory. Now it's up to Swarm. I think they really need to get a goal or two here, get a lead, and just try to carry it through the rest of this game. But, oh, there's a good setup for Nice One team.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Team Weemus. They've had to wait this entire time for us to finish up so we could watch them and Shazoo play.
Surprised they're still waiting. Like I mentioned, this definitely could have been a series that went all 5 games. So, here we go. Good shot on goal there by Stocky, but it's just too far to the right.
They needed that one.
Yeah, they really did. You never know when these chances are going to develop. They're getting a lot more than they were the last couple games. Oh, bit of a collision there by Pesci and Stocky. That one goes high, but they are able to prevent it.
Oh no, here
Stocky plays it up. Oh, finally. Somebody defensively makes a big stop. So many shots are going on net here for Swarm. Final minute, though. And I think it's clearly going to come down to a case of likely next goal wins here. Speaking of which, here comes Stocky, wide open net. Yes! He will get the go-ahead goal with 42 seconds to play.
Oh my God! I wanted Nice One team to take this, but if they're going to leave the goal that wide open, I want Stocky to punish them. Because they need to learn through the hard way that this is not how you defend.
No, and a very difficult series here. Now Nice One team trying to get that equalizing goal. Yeah, final 30 seconds of play.
Yeah, here's that aggression.
And they have to bring it. They have to turn it up as hot as they can right now. All in or nothing. They have nothing to come back from here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if Swarm scores. You just need to give everything you got to try and make that goal because you have 10 seconds.
You do, and that is a long 10 seconds. We'll see if Nice One team can do something about it. You can see Stocky hanging back, playing a little more defensively. They don't want to go too hard in. 0-second time, and that's it. Swarm Gaming will go to the semifinals, winning this series in 5 games, 3-2 in a 2v3. Well, that's interesting. And
they left so quickly after that. They know, they really, really know that that should not have happened. Kudos to Pashy and Stocky. My God, what a performance. I applaud you guys. That was fantastic.
If we take a look at the bracket really quick, I'm going to give it a quick refresh here before we head into the to what will be our next series here.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to pay homage to Pashy and Stocky. You continue.
Well, as it stands right now, let me see. So we're trying to see where they're going to head into the next side of the bracket. Looks like Supersonic Avengers in the opposite side will be dealing with either Team Xery or Team Synergy to decide who faces Swarm in the next matchup. So, yeah. But, alright. I know that Weemus wants us in. I just got the message. Let me get that to you. My chat is moving too fast. Bear with me a second. Got it. Yeah, we're going to head into this next game. And then hopefully won't take too long here. And then we'll be able to go into what should be Shazoo and Weemus, which is already underway. Of course. Yep. Well, we'll get into it in just a second. I have to update the scores, or update the scoreboard. I believe that is Weemus in blue, if I remember correctly, before I tabbed out to take care of this. And Team Shazoo in orange. And I guess they just couldn't wait. But
I don't blame them. I really don't. Maybe after Game 3 in Expansion we came in. Yeah, I can understand, but we were late.
Yep, so, alright. We are in right now. 3-2, the score for Shazoo. Blackies, Ilun, and UK Scott playing for Team Weemus. And, of course, Skyline O'Neill and Vogan on Shazoo, as we've seen already. But final minute of play here in this game. We'll find out once it's done what our actual scoreline is. Oh, that score did not update. That scoreline is not accurate.
No.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I fixed that, but apparently I didn't. So I will update that once this game is over, once I know what the exact series score is. Okay, so it is 1-0 for Shazoo right now. I will fix that to make it possibly 2-0, depending how this goes.
Well, there's about 18 seconds left, so they need to do it now, but Shazoo is not letting them. Vogan just taking the ball away. Oh,
there we go.
Shot by Skyline.
Skyline gets the go-ahead goal, the insurance goal, as it were, actually.
Yeah, to make sure. That worried me. With that hit right there, no one was there. There was about a 2 to 3 second delay there of when someone's going to hit it, and finally Skyline comes in to hit it. I feel like that was a little late.
Yeah, definitely here. So, not really enough of the game, I think, to get a good gauge on these teams yet, at least from what we've seen. We'll find out in what could be the last game here.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it was still a very excellent setup and score by Skyline to take the game.
Yeah, Weemus tried to get one in there, but couldn't quite do it. Oops. Stop. All right, I'm updating this stuff now. We are now at 2-0 Shazoo.
See, you made Team Weemus feel good too.
All right.
You're a monster. Alright, so with it already being 2-0, what do you expect to see from Team Weemus?
Well, I mean, they're going to have a difficult time with Shazoo. They have Shazoo, of course, notorious for their extremely solid defense. You know, and that can be hard to pierce. You know, Team Weemus is a team that kind of changes around every now and then, and I'm never quite sure who the team is going to be. So, obviously, I think all they can really do is just try to keep some offensive pressure on and just try to get something past. They clearly had a good strategy going in the last game. They only lost it technically by 1 before that last-second goal went in. You know, so they were down by 1 for a brief period there. So they've clearly figured something out. I think it's just finding that and being a little more consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but that's not being consistent.
Yeah, hard to be consistent when right out of the gate here. Pretty early on, O'Neal takes it off of Aloon's hood, puts it in net. They couldn't get to it in time. And already Shazoo up on the board. Nice win off the kickoff. And UK Scott has to work a little bit to keep that out of the net.
Oh, that's a good setup. Where's O'Neal? Oh.
O'Neal was in the air, but he basically put it right on the defender's hood with that shot. Probably could have, if he could have gone back a little bit further, might have actually squeezed that past.
Yeah, and that was a really good touch by Skyline, not giving Bubba or any one of them a chance. Or sorry, not Bubba. Blackies, giving him a chance to actually take a shot. Really, really like that. And here comes O'Neal.
Oh, look at that. That was a great play off the wall. We're going to go back to O'Neal here. I had just switched off of him, too. Look, it plays it off the wall, gets past the defender, hits it off of the roof, gets it past everybody. Blackies tried to put some contact on it, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, too little, too late right there.
Yeah, and that just extended that lead now, which is 2-0 here in what could be the deciding game. Good setup, but nobody could get to it and actually put it on net. So here comes Team Weemus. Lots of time here. Oh, a big gap. What a miss on the aerial.
I was saying, as soon as you said, here they come, there goes the ball again.
Did not expect them to whiff completely on that aerial.
Oh.
There's a good cross. Oh, but they cannot finish.
Right now, this game is a heads and tails of shots and misses.
Yeah, it's definitely tilted a little bit in Shazoo's favor, and Vogan with an amazing aerial dribble.
Yeah, let's see this again. So, as the ball's bounced up into the wall, he kicks it off before Scott gets there, and then he follows it with his boost to guide it in.
2 nice little points of contact in mid-air by Vogan to keep the ball right on pace.
Yep, gotta check his tires, see if they're Michelin, because he had control that entire time.
Blackies turns that aside, but there's a big lead now for Shazoo. And was Aloon playing defense? I'm sorry, somebody was playing defense.
It was Aloon.
Yeah.
He did it twice.
Get out of the way, man! Trying to score here.
Just stop, Aloon. That's it. Just hit the brakes. You don't have to keep moving forward.
Steer into the net for a second. Leave a bit of a gap, but fortunately, Weemus able to get that goal. God forbid if that had not developed into a goal.
Oh, if that didn't, I think that probably would have been the decider for Weemus. Like, I don't feel like they would be doing anything else in this series.
Yeah, that would have been a bit of a nail in the coffin there, but right now they still have a big road to climb. 2 goal down for Team Weemus. And they have to prevent any further goals. They have to start putting some offensive chances together, because right now Shizou just looking too good. And all of these attempts to clear are not going far enough, leaving Shizou plenty of time to get to it, turn it around, put it back on net. Speaking of which, there was another one that Blackies carefully manages to clear. Sorry, UK Scott, excuse me. We're going back the other way.
Just so many close setups here. I'm just wondering where's the defense that we usually see.
Okay, that was interesting. Skyline, I mean, he did ultimately get the goal, but it looks like he almost stopped his own goal, too. You can see that nice little touch, and he comes in, and then nearly, I think he was trying to keep it so that the defense couldn't get to it, but he did get a little lucky. Yeah, so apparently, and I heard this in the chat, too, Steam currently down, of course, typical Sunday luck. I can't tell you how many times Steam has gone down during this Sunday tournament, but it does cause things to lag out.
But yeah, still, what a beautiful shot by Skyline. Got it right over Elune and Scott. And another poor clear right here. Luckily, UK Scott's able to defend it, but here we go.
Everybody's coming in. They're just rotating back and forth to decide who gets the shot. But they left the net open. But Vogan manages to get back in time. Prevents another goal. But Shizou in a very comfortable spot with this 4-1 lead. As they try to carry this into a win, carry it through to the semifinals.
That should have went in. There we go.
There we go. Couldn't quite get the clear on it, so Elune gets the second goal of the day for this team. After a bit of a brawl, they do finally manage to get it past.
Yeah, it's just crazy watching this and seeing them have to go through all this really, really crazy attempts at shots just to even make it on Shazoo.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, and Shizou, as I mentioned, they are an extremely stellar defensive team. You know, Skyline is the kind of guy who will make tons of stops, but they're not really showing it right now. Big gaps there, and that was definitely going to be exploited. I saw that coming.
Yeah. I've been talking about it. As Shazoo, they get a really good lead, they lose it, just like that.
Yeah, so final minute of play. Things starting to turn around here for Weemus as they try to get a game to prevent this series from coming to an all-too abrupt end. But Shizou wants to get a go-ahead goal, or an insurance goal, and just make sure that they've got this series on lock. Right now they got to turn up that defensive pressure a little bit, I think. Hold back Weemus. Put shots on net, you know, even just to keep it on the blue side. But they can't let another goal pass. And speaking of which, here comes a chance for Team Weemus trying to get that equalizer.
Yeah, so many chances there. Luckily, the defense for Shazoo held up because there was 3 really good strikes there. Should have had 2 of them go in.
And we're down to the final 10 seconds. Team Weemus has to do something here, but it's on the wrong side of the pitch for them to do anything with. They've got to take it back downfield. Elune was trying to dribble it a little bit, and he got nudged from behind.
Sorry about that.
And everything ends 4-3 goes the game, and 3-0 goes the series. Shizou gets the win, and they will be moving on here.
Yeah, they just edged that one out, and I was really, really worried with that. Didn't really feel like they were gonna, you know, they were gonna be able to take that one because they were just giving up goals galore.
Yeah, it was looking a little rough at the start there. I had no idea where these things were gonna go, but
everyone's making fun that I had my Halo song playing as someone was calling me. Perfect timing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Popular man.
Well, we are...
So what do you take from that? I mean, do we think it was a blunder by Team Weemus, or do we just feel like Shazoo just had the upper hand today?
I think Shizou probably just outplayed them a little bit in this series. It wasn't so lopsided. Yeah, the series score was 3-0, but the games themselves weren't very lopsided at all.
No, they were very close.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, that was something that Shizou was going to be able to take advantage of, and they just ended up playing a little bit better this series. But I don't know. You know, it was close enough that I certainly couldn't say that it was so decidedly Shizou. But they played well enough that I think, you know, they should fare well in their next series as well, which will be against either Complain or Firewall, which I think we're waiting on. But
I think it'll probably be Complain, and then it looks like Swarm is either going to be playing Supersonic Avengers or whoever wins between Exorcy or Exorcy.
Exory and Synergy, yeah.
Exory and Synergy. I cannot say that today.
Yeah, so we're waiting on that. Of course, things are going to run a little slowly because, oh, I think Steam actually might have just come back up. While I'm saying that, I looked up, I saw no connection, I looked back down, and it's... And we'll see what our next game is. So what we're going to do, because we want to wait for everybody to get further forward here, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will hopefully know what our next game is. But with that being said, we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more of the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10 in just a few.
Sounds good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about back here, just about ready to move into the next game here. Semi-final matchup, Team Shizou and Complain. Just waiting on brackets to update, waiting on lobby info, you know, the usual.
Yep. And I have to admit, I really do like Complain's name. It is the perfect one for whether you win or lose, you can always complain.
Fits Yemen, too.
He's a fantastic player, though, but, you know.
No, he is. He definitely is. I liked watching when he subbed for Swarm Friday. He was definitely kind of the star striker on that particular version of Swarm. Really showed off. So, good stuff so far. So I'm interested to see how this series plays out.
Yep, definitely. And I do wonder what's happening with the quarterfinals, though. Supersonic Avengers still waiting.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on official result on Xery and Synergy. They move on to face Supersonic Avengers. The winner of that moves on to face Swarm. So hopefully, if everything plays out well, when we get into this series, by the time we're done here, we should be able to move right into the other semifinal game with Swarm, depending on how things are going.
Yeah, just my luck. My AC unit finally turns on, and all you hear is ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Just no luck today.
Just the rush of air.
Yeah, first Halo, now AC.
Well, as it stands right now, we're still waiting on the lobby info for the next series and the other details. But we will find out.
Yep. Alright, so with Team Shazoo and Complain, what are you expecting? I'm gonna go on and say I think the Team Shazoo is gonna take probably take the series, but I think they're gonna lose one.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I'm leaning towards Shizou to take this one, but I haven't seen Complain play, so I really don't know exactly what to expect. I know what Yemen can do, and I know that he can be a very capable player. I just don't know how this particular team is going to operate. So, depending on how that goes, will be a big deciding factor here. But for Shizou, we know how good they are. We've seen how they've been playing. They're not quite where I expected them to be. They're playing a little bit under that right now. So hopefully they can turn it on for this series and really bring it through to the next round, or really into this next series here, to secure a spot in the finals against, I don't know. I'm going to say maybe Swarm. The way they've been playing in this 2v3 has been basically like their 3. But I don't know.
They might be asleep by the time that Ecstasy and Synergy ever finish their game.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time with whoever they deal with for sure. But I think Swarm is starting to realize a little bit that the deeper and deeper they get into this tournament, the less and less a two-man team is going to really fare well for them. If they go up against Supersonic Avengers, they might have a bit of a rough time. But we will see. So let's check in again here.
Yeah, and it looks like Swarm is still in search of Gambit. Hopefully they're able to find his corpse in a corner, or that his alarm just didn't go off. But hopefully they find him regardless.
Yeah, maybe they can prop him up at his computer, Weekend at Bernie's style, and just salvage this tournament run. It's been going pretty well so far. Alright, I've got color information, so that's good. I can at least update the cards here while I wait for the actual lobby details.
I'm so glad they could post the colors, but not the actual details.
It's alright.
Tis a struggle.
It is. All right. And we're getting there. I have to work on a lot of different screens here, folks. Bear with me. So I try to make sure this is all set up and fancy looking for when we actually go into the game. But I think we might be good. Now let's try to get in. Alright. I've gotten 2 different lobbies there, but I'll try the most recent one and see if that's the right lobby so we can get in.
Okay, Shalthis, I want your ruling on this. We have a bot. Can I ban it?
A bot?
Yeah, someone was bringing up free skins for everyone and
oh,
put
well,
a
yeah.
dry. Woohoo!
Of course, ban that crap.
Bring in the ban hammer.
I don't want no bots in my chat.
Apparently,
right.
I tried to do it too much. Now it says it's already banned from this room. Stop banning.
one time works. All right. Okay. Well, I think we are in. I'm going to pop over into the game view. No, not saying any prayers. I have multiple screens and multiple computers I work on when I'm doing this. So it looks like I'm not necessarily looking at the camera, but no prayers here. Just busy at work as we enter our first semifinal series. Best of 5 is the name of the game.
Oh god, now that I've used ban powers, now everyone wants it. No! Mercy, people. Mercy. Alright, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Complain in blue. Shazoo in orange. Good opening shot, which Vogan has to fight to turn aside, but he does manage to do so. So already Shazoo having to contest with a bit of offensive pressure right out of the gate here by Complain. So we'll have to just see if Shazoo can turn it around, and as I say that, there we go. O'Neal gets a nice bit of redirect to Vogan, who can't quite get the contact to put it on goal. Does get defended very nicely.
Yep, looks like your puppies are rooting for Shazoo. As that ball was taken away, you could hear him going.
That might be the case. And as far as I'm concerned, I really can't even guess at this point because I don't know how this particular team's going to play. You know, if I'm just going to pick outright, I'd say Shazoo, but I'd like to see exactly how Complain is going to fare, what they're going to bring to this series. Because this is the first series of theirs we've cast thus far. So again, the pressure looking really good for Complain, but haven't been able to get a finish. And Shazoo kind of setting some things up, but again, not getting any decent chances on the net. Some pretty good defense out of Complain. There's another good shot. Going to try to get the aerial follow-up, but he does go a little bit wide. X3M. There's Yemen, though. Gets a nice close angle goal. And watch this one more time. He has to play it around the corner here. Gets a very tight angle. Plays it as close as you can get. Has to rebound it off the far post and puts it away. So already, Complain up 1-0.
Yeah, just a lot of poor clears there. Shazoo should have had it earlier and missed it, and now they're just having to, you know, lick their wounds and come back at it.
Yep, exactly. And just game 1 of this series. They probably, too, want to try to get a better idea of what to expect out of this team. So we'll have to see really how they start to turn things around in game 2, if their strategy changes, if they decide to go in a little more aggressively. We're starting to see a little bit of that, and there's a nice attempt that does get turned aside by Dadu. And yeah, just a lot of good offensive opportunities kind of going back and forth here, but very few in actual chances on net.
Yep, the ping pong is real.
Yeah, that's really a lot of what we're seeing right now. They're kind of getting it in the other person's zone, other team's zone, I should say, setting something up, but not actually getting it put on net because the defense is coming together very well for both teams. That ball crosses the plane. Here comes X3M. Tries to put it on, but can't quite do it. O'Neal clears it to the wall, but they haven't yet to clear it out. That shot goes into the far corner. As X3MW tries again. Another
Just
setup.
Yeah, just really poor clears by them. I mean, as we're watching, there's a good clear by Vogan, but they need more.
Yeah, got to be a little more consistent with that. Put a little more power behind these clears, get them out of dangerous way. Dadu prevents that from developing, keeps it on the orange side of the pitch, at least for now. Oh, but Vogan with a nice follow-up. Sends it back downfield. Oh, but that one gets past, and it's going to go into the corner for Shizou. Here comes Yemen. Plays it up off the wall. Going to try another close angle shot. Couldn't quite get the right direction on that shot. Goes up way too high. And Shizou again having a difficult time getting this out of the danger zone, as it were.
Oh, here comes Vogan. Nice setup, and it's centered.
Oh, they haven't quite gotten it out of harm's way yet.
Oh,
And there O'Neal finally gets the finish. They've been fighting for that all day, basically. All this game. Finally trying to get something. And a good little sideswipe misdirect. Barely beats the defender, but does tie this game up 1-1.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm very surprised with how X3MW, Dadu, and Yemen for Complain have really just stepped it up and put the pressure on Shazoo early.
Yeah, they've been looking very solid. A really good team here. And I think maybe Shazoo's starting to find their groove a little bit here. The offensive chances are looking a bit better, or at least a little more frequent.
Oh,
nice little setup there, and just barely stopped by Dadu. Really nice play there by Shizou to try to put that shot on net. But good defense out of Dadu keeps this alive. Oh, that's a wide open net. Yemen can definitely punish that, and he absolutely will. Gets the go-ahead goal late in this game. 38 seconds on the clock. And Complain up 2-1. Thanks to Yemen, who has been a key asset to this Complain squad.
Yep, and again, we're just seeing the pressure being put on Shazoo. Shazoo needs to step it up.
Yep, absolutely. And they're going to have to try to do that in Game 2 here, but they do have 30 seconds left. If they can try and get an equalizer, tie this game up, carry it into the next game, maybe even fight it off in overtime, then they could be in good shape, but they're running low on time, and they still haven't gotten any decent chances. There goes Dadu. O'Neal with a big key takeout. That could be good for Shazoo. And they're trying to squeeze it past, but every shot just a little off point, and that might not be enough. Really good chances there, but the game is over, and Complain will take Game 1 here. 2-1.
Yeah, really got a sucker punch on Team Shazoo with the early goal. Now Shazoo has to respond.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a challenge, but now is the time, like you said, for Shazoo to really bring it, show what they've got, and come back into this series, hopefully looking at their usual strength and not quite how they were in that game.
I mean, if you look at the shots around the board, it was very, very even. You got 7 on Complain side, and then you have 8 on Team Shazoo side. So it was a really close shot percentage, but there's just a lot more saves on Complain side.
Yeah, scoreline, shot totals were fairly close, but the play, you know, just by watching it, you could see how slightly tilted it was in favor of Complain, and it did pay off for them just barely, just enough, really.
But, I mean, that's all they need is just enough to win.
It really is. Well, here we go. Game 2 kicks off again in the blue. Complain up 1-0 in this series against Shazoo in orange. And all it takes is just one good goal to really secure a win here. But Shazoo needs to start playing a bit more aggressively, get way better clears, and they might stand a chance of taking this series off Complain.
Yep, some really good setups right here. O'Neal's got it in the corner, and he doesn't get the hit he wants. Luckily, he does get it by Dadu. Now Skyline with an easy open shot.
Yeah, just a little bit of a light touch. Knew that nobody was there. Skyline was just able to get it over the head of all the defenders and let it do its work. Let momentum take care of most of the problem and get Shazoo up on the board early here.
Yeah, Complain tried to do that three-man wall, and that only works if you can keep the ball on the orange side.
Yeah, it is a difficult strategy to play out. But right now, Shazoo, nice little gentle touch, gets it over the head of Yemen.
Oh, and he kicks Vogan out the way.
Yep, couldn't quite get anything done there. A good high-velocity shot that Vogan has to fight to turn aside, but they will get it back down on the blue side of the pitch. Not good on the clear. Skyline very able to punish that. That was probably a really easy punish, all things considered. If we take a look at this, couldn't do anything with it on the wall there.
That force field around that ball, I swear, is just overpowering. I gotta find out who keeps turning and flipping on that switch.
Yep, they just left it wide open now, and here comes Shazoo again.
Oh.
Putting some good shots together. Oh, Skyline doesn't quite get on it, so it's going to go back down to the other side. I haven't seen a lot in terms of, Complain necessarily developing many offensive chances. They seem to get good opportunities that Yemen or somebody can finish, but in terms of actually keeping it down there, applying some constant pressure, developing some plays, I haven't seen too much of that.
No,
not like I'm seeing out of Shazoo, at least.
Honestly, they're getting most of their opportunities from mistakes from Shazoo. It's nothing they're doing, they're just taking advantage of mistakes.
Yeah, and do what you got to do, really.
Right, and as you're seeing, there's a lot less mistakes now made by Shazoo, and where are the opportunities coming from Complain? They're not anywhere to be found right now. Now X3MW is taking a chance here, but again, Sky gets to it first.
Yep, and now we're starting to see a little bit develop, like I was just actually mentioning, for this team. And there's the dude, gets the finish. Nice bit of setup, though.
Yep. So, in the semifinals, Game 2 of this best-of-5 series, and it is 1-0 Complain, now 2-1 in this game for Shazoo.
Yep, so Shazoo looking to get the tying game here. And Complain looking to get the equalizer goal. And they nearly got it right there, but Skyline does deny it. Play starting to turn around a bit here for Complain. But it is going a bit back and forth, so a fairly even matchup here between these two squads. I could certainly see this whole series going the distance.
Oh, definitely. And really, this is just going to come down to who makes the most mistakes and who gets to capitalize on them. Because right now it looks like it's going to be even when we come out of this. This game isn't over yet.
Yeah, not yet. Still a lot of time left. Shazoo would love to get another goal here. Just try to secure their lead a bit more. A one-goal lead is not sufficient. And there we go, Vogan manages to get the credit for that goal. And that will absolutely be a good bit of insurance. Hopefully enough. Still a ton of time left, though. Especially based off what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you think about this, it's all going to come down to, can Shazoo hold it? We saw them earlier with a 4-0 lead and blunder it to become 4-3, and they almost lost that game. So, will they be able to hold it?
Well, we're starting to see a little bit more in the way of the offensive plays developing here for Shazoo. A little bit more better quality chances, and that could be enough. So now headed back up the pitch. We're waiting to Complain, just sort of letting that play out a little bit.
Oh, what a good shot by O'Neal, but it's just high.
Yeah, they kind of left that wide open there for Shazoo. They had some good chance to do something with it. Here we go. O'Neal going back up. Going to try and play this ball up the pitch, set something up for his teammates. Couldn't quite do it. We're going back down to the... I don't know, we keep going back and forth here. It's hard to keep up here.
Yeah.
Vogan has to cut in and make a big stop to try and preserve this lead that they have.
Yeah, a lot of that ping-ponging will get you dizzy after a little while.
Good shot, sends it back down. This could be a bit of a development here for Complain. They're starting to keep the ball on the right side of the pitch, but a little bit of a whiff there in midair by Yemen. Couldn't make any contact with that.
Yeah, it's too late for them to make something from this. Yeah,
it looks like Complain is going to drop this game. Shazoo will tie the series up. It is guaranteed at this point. They're just going to let the ball hit the ground. So Shazoo will manage to get things equalized here as we take it into Game 3 of this best-of-5 semifinal series.
Yeah, and it looks like Steam's finally trying to come back up, but, I mean, who really knows? It might be up for 5 minutes and then go right back down.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what we do, but we're in a game now, so at least Steam can't kick us out at the moment, as long as everybody is in and doesn't go anywhere. Fingers crossed. But we are just waiting. Obviously, the winner here will move on to the finals to face God only knows at this point. We are still waiting for that to develop. But here we go. Game 3 about to kick off here. Again, in the blue, Complain in the orange, Shazoo, and tied up series. We're down to what is effectively a best-of-3 now. That is what they're playing.
Yeah, with how this going and how I saw last game, I really feel like Shazoo will win out this series just because they're making a lot less mistakes than Complain are.
They definitely are. And speaking of which, oh, that was a nice chance. Unfortunately, they couldn't finish on it. But Skyline comes in to get the redemption. Makes me eat my words. You can see Vogan whiffed a little bit on that, but the clear was not good. Skyline saw it, responded, got the goal, puts Shazoo up 1-0 in the very early goings of Game 3.
Yep, just as I said, there was one of the mistakes we were talking about.
Yep, as you were talking about it, it was developing, and I thought Shazoo was going to be able to punish it right away, but Vogan just, I think, was a little too far ahead to get the right angle on the ball, but that's why Skyline's there. He is their third man, able to respond to those rebounds, those poor clear attempts, and there's another shot on goal, barely turned aside by Dadu. Again, so much pressure coming in for Shazoo. This is the type of team that they need to be playing as, not only to win this series, but if they want to stand a chance in the finals against whomever may be on the other side there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I mean, Skyline and O'Neal putting up the pressure, and Vogan sitting there as well, setting up and taking his shots. It's a full frontal assault by Shazoo, and Complain have to find some way to defend against it.
Well, one thing they can do is score goals, and that was a very nice setup out of the corner here. Dadu kind of sets it up there. Here comes X3MW with the finish. Gets it just past O'Neal. Probably shouldn't have happened like that. O'Neal should have gotten there.
I'd say that clear just went right to Dadu. I mean, you have to be more mindful and careful with these that you do. You don't want them to go right back to the enemy team. Absolutely.
Shazoo trying to get a quick response goal here, but they couldn't quite do anything with it there, and it does get turned back aside. But we're playing a little ping pong right now. Dribbling the ball back and forth, waiting for some team to establish something. And speaking of which, there was a nice attempt, but it does get stopped by Vogan. So Shazoo is going to try and turn it around here. Floating shot goes to the corner. Oh, and a big finish just crosses the goal line. And down goes Yemen. He is taken out, at least briefly.
God, that was such a fast cross. I don't think anyone could have really got to that.
Oh, and there, big stop there by HexM3, but O'Neal manages to get that. I mean, take a look. Skyline comes in, gets this first big shot, which is turned aside at the last second, but O'Neal gets a good redirect off the rebound, puts in that go-ahead goal. And Shazoo looking like a far better team than the scoreline suggests right now, just with the quality of their chances, and everything just looking a little bit better for Shazoo than it is for Complain, at least in this game.
Yeah, there's still some mistakes, but that's to be expected when you're having to coordinate and plan everything out. It's just minimizing those mistakes.
Exactly. And that's all it really comes down to. Every team is going to make mistakes. It's just which team makes the fewer mistakes. And right now, it looks like Shazoo is that team, at least in this game. So if they can carry that through one more game, then they will win this series. They will have a spot in the finals. But over 2 minutes to play, so plenty of time for an equalizer and a go-ahead and whatever else you want for Complain. Speaking of which, good shot gets turned aside by O'Neal. And Shazoo playing it back upfield again.
Yeah, that was such a close chance by X3 and sorry, what was it? X3? Yeah, X3 and W. He had such a close chance right there.
He absolutely did, and a lot of good chances now developing for Complain. At least the pressure is on, even if the finishes aren't quite there. They're forcing Shazoo to play defensively. And you can't score goals when you're playing defensively most times. Sometimes you can, and I've certainly seen it. But generally, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that only happens if they're just too far forward and someone gets caught out of position.
Yeah, or a nice little pinch out of the goal, shoots the ball at high velocity downfield, and nobody can get to it. But as it stands right now, like I said, just a lot of good chances, but Shazoo turning on that defensive muscle that they are so known for, and doing a fairly good job of keeping Complain at bay. They just need one more goal, so they're going to start fighting for it here.
Yeah, but is it too little too late as Vogan's setting it up just a little too hard. Now X3MW clears it out, but it is centered.
I mean, if this were a 2-goal game, I would say yeah. You know, they're basically done. But we're just down to one more goal here, and it can certainly be a big turnaround. Speaking of which, there's a good opening, but Skyline gets back to it, sends it back downfield. Shazoo looking for that insurance goal. Don't know if they're going to get it, though. And, of course, Complain needs that tying goal. Final 15 seconds now on the clock. Desperation mode kicks in. They lose this game, and then they will be definitely on the back foot going into Game 4. We are in 0-second time. And nobody's going to get to that. Oh, no. Thought that it might have happened there, but no. Shazoo will indeed take game number 3.
Yep.
And be 1 game away.
Yeah, it looked like Bogan was just going out to contest in case someone was going to be there to hit it. And he decided to not hit it. He wanted to make sure that that game was over. Oh, got a little banner going back and forth right now.
A little bit. Possibly some internet issues for Yemen.
Well, we'll see what they decide on.
Yep. Just hanging tight here. Got time, though.
Okay, so I'm still holding true. I really think Team Shazoo is going to take it away from Complain just because with Complain, they've really just shown that they're a decent team, they're a decent lineup, but they're making way too many mistakes right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. So, alright, as it stands right now, we're just waiting on Yemen to get back in on this, but while we're doing that, we'll pop into our aerial cam here. There we go.
So, alright, while we're here, I want to talk about this, because this was a big issue for me with Yemen's team and Complain. Every time that ball got into the air, you saw a less confident Complain team than you did Team Shazoo. Team Shazoo had no quarrels, no worries about going up in the air. Skyline, Vogan, O'Neal, they all flew, and they practically hit everything they went for. You look on Complain's side, they were hesitant. A lot of times I saw them get beat out by Shazoo because they took a second too long to decide to go up for it, and the ball's already above them, and of course Shazoo was above them to kick it under. So, I mean...
Yeah, and exactly. That their play style is a little too passive, especially for Shizou, who can be much more aggressive, much more formidable on the offensive side of the ball, just as they are on the defensive side. But yeah, if they really can't turn around and be a little more aggressive in response, then they're just going to get steamrolled, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the clears were good for Complain in Game 1. Ever since then, they've just missed them. They've missed a lot of clears that could have saved them from these goals.
Yeah, and that's the story of the game, really. Well, as it stands right now, just to keep y'all updated on the other half of the bracket, Team Synergy did get past Exery, so now they are dealing with Supersonic Avengers to decide who moves on to face Swarm. I think Swarm still trying to
contact Gambit.
Yeah, get Gambit to figure something out here, because they're getting to the point where the two-man team is not going to be formidable anymore.
No, the level of play has now reached that point where it's going to be a contest the entire time. Alright, looks like we are in game, though.
Yeah, we are about to get started here. So, Game 4, must win for Complain. A little bit of a must win for Shizou, too. I'm sure they'd like to get this and end this series now, not force a Game 5, or not have a Game 5 forced upon them. But like we said, a little more aggression out of Complain will be good.
And just a little more consistency as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, a big thing to kind of take away from this, too, is this might be one of the first times this particular team has really played in a tournament together. So, considering that it's a semifinal finish, even if this is where it ends up and Shizou moves on, you know, that's a nice thing to take away going into your next tournament.
Yeah, and they still have a chance to make third place.
Absolutely. I mean, they still have a chance to make it all the way to the final at this point right now. But, you know, I think overall teamwork seems to be a little more consistent on the Shizou side, but that has to do with just so much time played, so much experience in the competitive setting. But there's Yemen. He does manage to get a big early goal in the first minute of the game here.
Yeah, that was such a fantastic shot by Yemen. Vogan didn't get up in time to stop that. What a good shot.
Yeah, just barely had to squeeze it by there. But he does manage to get just the right angle. Nice play there by Yemen. Disrupt the kickoff, and he does turn it around into O'Neal, who puts it away. If we look at this again, I'm going to follow Yemen, who plays it a little weird off the kickoff. It doesn't quite get enough contact on it. And we have a tie game. 1-1 in the first minute. Everybody misses the kickoff.
Yeah, and the complaining has begun. Team name living up to the hype.
Hey, they do. That is their name. So, anyway, let's see how we go here as the game carries forward.
Oh.
Big shot by Dadu gives the go-ahead for his team. And we're starting to see a lot more goals out of both these squads in the early going now.
Yeah,
this
but
could be a fairly high-scoring game.
Yeah, that should have been a good defensive stop by Shizou, but instead, they were kind of caught flat-footed there.
Yeah, they definitely were, and now Shizou really needs to regroup. While they can technically afford to lose a game, I don't think they want to. Game 5 situations can be fairly stressful. One mistake can really turn things around. Here comes Complain, trying to play something up. Shizou trying to turn it around, get some pressure on the blue side of the field. Nice little attempted play off the wall, but they are going to drop back. Skyline now, trying to gauge us out. Oh, and he gets past there. Yemen just going to backflip it into the net.
That was a horrible mistake by Shizou. Should have never got behind him like that.
Yep. Just able to bicycle kick that into the goal. Yemen just was able to make that play based off his positioning. And now a very secure lead here for Complain. O'Neal gets a good key stop there. And like we talked about, they had to start bringing that aggression, and they are starting to do it.
Yeah, and less mistakes from them too, so getting to see a very good side of Complain right now.
Indeed we are, and that could be enough to force a Game 5, possibly force enough momentum to ride through the rest of the series.
Oof.
But we shall see. Oh, that was not good. Fortunately, he gets ahead of it to disrupt the shot, but Dadu gets the punish.
Yeah.
And another goal puts them up 4-1.
Just doesn't get a good enough clear, and now we're seeing Shazoo break down here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. They were looking much better in the previous game, but now we go into this, and they've cooled off a bit. They're getting just kind of dominated on the offensive side of the ball. Having a very hard time getting any chances. Both Dadu and Yemen playing exceptionally well, setting up some nice chances that Shazoo has to start responding to.
Yeah, I think Shazoo really needs to take a break here real quick, because they're forcing themselves to try and make all these attacks and saves instead of playing it their way. They really just need to take a deep breath and get back in control.
They do, but I don't know if they'll be able to do anything in this game. It's just looking too good for Complain, and there, the hat trick for Dadu puts Complain up 5-1 with 1:44 to play. Just nothing out of Shazoo here. Feeling a bit lifeless by this team.
Yeah, Shazoo's just really having a problem right here, and I feel horrible. But we talked about this. The team that makes the least amount of mistakes is going to win, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, far too many mistakes coming out of Shazoo. Too many goals for Complain. Pretty much in the bag for the blue team here to force a Game 5. I know we've still got a lot of game left to play, but 4 goals in 1:20, I don't know if that's going to happen. It hasn't happened so far for Shazoo. So, not getting my hopes too high on anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not as well.
Another shot goes high off the crossbar for Skyline, and it's going to go turn back around. 6th goal for Complain.
Well, I have good news. Brazil's in effect.
Almost. One more and we will be in Brazil territory. So we are very close to that. Give my subscribers another chance to try out the fancy new Brazil emote.
Oh yeah, love that one. Oh,
and there's Shazoo. Vogan denies the Brazil.
No Brazil emote this time.
Yep.
Good
Big
job,
aerial play
O'Neal.
out of the corner. Vogan puts it away. Well played. No Brazil here. Not today. At least not right now. We had one earlier that lasted, well,
30
a little
seconds.
while. Yeah. Got a little bit of time under it. But 6-2.
I hope this is not the team we see in the next match. Like, Shazoo needs to pick it up.
Oh yeah, it can't be. If it is, it's the last team that they're going to be in as, because they're going to lose. And Complain's going to move to the finals. So they have to turn it around, undoubtedly, in Game 5. But final 10 seconds about to tick off the clock. And, yeah, definitely in the books for Complain. They will tie this series up. And then we will be headed to our Game 5.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. I really felt like Shazoo coming out early with the goals was going to be able to handle it, and they just dropped the ball.
They did. Very big tilt coming off of that previous game. But now, we're going into a deciding Game 5 here. As we hopefully are giving plenty of time for the series between Supersonic Avengers and Synergy to play through.
It looks like Mike just keeps attacking your your stream with that emote. Oh, I love it.
And I do know that we will definitely get in on the Swarm semifinal matchup. Pashy has confirmed that they're going to hold the door open for us for
what a good guy.
that game. So, but we are in the final game now of this series. Winner will move on to the finals to face the winner of the other semifinal game. And right now, O'Neal makes a big stop, barely keeps it out of the goal. A little bit of a blinky ball situation there. Here comes Vogan, plays it up a little high. Tries to get his own rebound, but can't quite do it. Now Skyline comes in. O'Neal in a good spot to make a play on it. Oh, but he came in at a weird angle. Ended up playing it to the wall instead. Now Vogan takes it out of the corner. Yemen tries to turn it away. And they do manage to put it back on the orange side of the pitch. Another good shot on goal, wide open. X3MW.
What was Skyline thinking? Look at this. All right, so O'Neal gets it popped up, and Skyline can easily go back to the goal to save it, but instead he challenges X3MW, who's already in the air. Why?
Spur-of-the-moment decisions, spur-of-the-moment mistakes, and that resulted in a goal for Complain. Can't afford to have those kinds of mistakes in this game because you keep doing it, and you're going to lose. Yeah, not only the game, but the series.
Yeah, definitely giving Complain that opportunity to get ahead early. And there's another one.
This whole Complain squad has really been playing the offensive side of the ball exceptionally well. Good play there. Again, Skyline tried to challenge him. Got denied. Ball gets touched over his head. 2-0 is your score now. Complain really trying to keep this game alive and make their way into the finals. So, right now, a little bit of ping-pong developing, waiting for a team to develop an offensive chance again. Shizou needs to start bringing things together.
Yeah, like, you got 3 minutes. You need to change something really soon.
Skyline now putting it back on the blue zone. If anybody is there to actually make a play on it. There's a good chance. Does get denied. And now, again, they're heading back down to the orange side of the pitch. Nobody there. Yemen gets a very easy goal played off the side there. But very nice looking. Let's follow Yemen on this. Gets by everybody and just dribbles it in. A little bit of a floating shot. Nobody can stop it. This is basically the collapse of Shizou here. They were looking very well throughout most of the series, but these last couple games have not been really working out well for them. And now a 3-0 win. There goes Yemen. O'Neal takes him out.
I mean, we saw a good showing to Shazoo earlier, and I thought, you know, up 2-1, that's who we were going to see, and then we're back to the ones we saw at Game 1.
Yeah, but Shizou still has plenty of time to tie this game up, but not if this is how they're going to play.
No.
Good play forward by Yemen. Tries to set him up again. Again, so much. That was only a non-goal because the shot just wasn't there, but the defense just completely blew it on that. There's another setup.
I would say crossbar's MVP.
And Yemen tries to redirect it in. So many chances. There's another cross. Finally, Shizou gets enough contact to send it back downfield. Down goes O'Neal. Trying to get the center. Skyline might come in here to try to make a play on it. He will. Takes it back up. Shizou looking for something here. Running out of time, though. And yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this game is very securely in the grasp of Complain.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a lot of mistakes to lose this one.
Oh, that was actually a very nice defensive stop by Yemen. Had to come in really hard and just touch it barely underneath to do something with it. Prevent the goal, which he did. Final minute of play. Gonna be hard to put 3 goals up here. Especially when the ball is all the way on the other side of the pitch from where you need it to be.
And I have to wonder, did Yemen actually get into the heads of Shazoo earlier when they were talking about the lag and everything, and then everyone's just saying, go on and play? Like, were they, like, did they actually get on tilt from that? And I would feel like that's a silly way.
I would be a little surprised if that was actually what happened. I don't think Shazoo is going to be fazed by something quite so silly. You know, I think they've dealt with folks who complain about lag and stuff like that before, so I doubt that that's a problem. I think it's just, you know, it could have been a case of maybe underestimating what they were dealing with, not preparing adequately, and there's Yemen gets a 4th goal, his 2nd for the game.
Then again, I think the whiffs are really the telltale here.
Yeah, all but one here for Complain. They're going to take this, move on to the finals, and then we're going to head into a semifinal matchup where we see who exactly meets Complain in that best-of-7 series. And this is done. Complain takes out Shazoo in 5 games. 3-2. Not really much else to say about that. I mean, we kind of explained what really happened in the game, you know?
Yeah, it's really surprising actually seeing the meltdown.
Yeah, surprising, bit disappointing. Not what I expected out of Shazoo.
No.
Not at all.
Especially when they were already up 2-1.
Yeah, and not just that, but this is a team that, you know, just a few weeks ago was going toe-to-toe with Flipside Tactics, you know. But apparently Mike Rule's making his key contribution to the chat. Thanks, Mike. You'll never be forgotten.
He's always there.
You'll never be forgotten, no matter how hard I try. All right. Well, we're going to see. We're about to head into this Swarm game. I guess we're just waiting. Actually, let me double check the bracket here. I'm not sure if that series is quite set up yet. But, yeah, not so solid play. It looks like we are set. Swarm Supersonic Avengers is the series.
Yep.
Usual lobby info, by the way. I'm sure you'll know what that is.
Oh, yeah. I can always trust them to keep it consistent for us. Unlike
that
Flipside or...
Yeah, God only knows what Flipside's going to throw at me when they play. Alright, well, I'm going to quickly update our teams here. And then we're going to pop into our other semifinal series, which is going to be Swarm versus Supersonic Avengers, to see who goes into the finals. So, I believe we're still dealing with a 2v1 or 2v3 situation here with Swarm. So,
oh yeah. Yeah, still definitely no sign of the one and only infamous Gambit.
Yeah, no such luck there, but alright, I think we are just about ready to get in here. Looks like we're good. We're going to pop into the game. And here we go. Supersonic Avengers in orange. The 2-man Swarm in blue. Or not. Okay.
Restart.
Well, we'll come back and we'll try that again.
I think the lag was pretty bad in that one. I looked at the ping and it was about 120 for both Stocky and Pashy, so I don't think they want to play in that kind of ping.
Yeah, probably not. Alright, so they're going to remake the server. Ignore what that next up says. We just didn't use that screen between these two games, so... But... I'm going to try and get in.
Now that is an interesting concept. Do you feel like if it is a 2v3 in a tournament setting, should they be allowed a bot? And I don't know. For me, honestly, I would say no. What do you think?
I wouldn't want one, honestly.
I think it'd mess you up.
Yeah, bots make terrible decisions. I feel like Swarm is way more effective as a two-man team than if they were to have a third bot. Like, the bot would throw them off, the bot would make stupid defensive plays, the bot would be sitting in goal as a ball sailed over its head. We gotta leave again.
SFX Beast is now also having the trouble. Oh boy.
It's getting a little hairy on the old server side here, folks.
387 ping. Good luck with that.
Hey, you know, that works. I mean, here's the thing, you know, when it comes to ESL's rules, for anybody who's not familiar, you know, you can make whatever team you want. You know, you're not committed to have a team that has been playing in ESL for weeks or something. But the rule is that whatever team you field, the roster has to be in before the tournament starts. And you could have a roster of 5 different people if you want, and some 3-person combination has to be a part of that. But in this case, their roster basically consists of the usual Swarm with DeBoer, but also with Gambit. So their only options for a third at this point are DeBoer or Gambit, neither of who are able to be here or are here. So, are we still getting some...
A little bit, but they're backing out, looks like, and restarting again.
Alright. I'm just gonna sit on the screen for a second. They're gonna try and restart Steam. A lot of lag for the folks in Supersonic Avengers. A little bit unusual lag, apparently. I hope you enjoy the occasional time that we pop into an actual game.
I just find it funny watching everyone explode. Alright, but seriously, alright, let's look at this, okay? Supersonic Avengers, we've seen them around a lot. We know ELMP is really, really good. And they have a solid lineup. It just hasn't really worked out for them lately. But with a 2-man squad for Swarm, do you think Supersonic Avengers can be the ones who take them out?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think this is going to be incredibly difficult for Swarm to do anything with. If it were a 3-man team, then we'd be able to talk. But against a 3-version Superman or Supersonic Avengers team, there's no way. I really don't think that they're going to be able to do anything about this. So, regardless of what happens here, I mean, this basically securely in control for Supersonic Avengers, barring any kind of weird, unexpected results.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I want to say Pashy and Stocky can pull it out. But with Supersonic Avengers, knowing that they're a solid lineup and knowing that ELMP can really punish them, I'm leaning towards Avengers on this one. I feel like Swarm's not going to be able to hold it.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very difficult. If there's any 2-man team who could challenge a 3-man team, it's Swarm. So, I'll give them that. But, alright. I think we're good now.
No, Stocky's in the red. And Stocky's out.
Boy. We're just never going to play this game. I'm pretty sure we're never going to play this game at all.
It's always, if it's not one player, it's the other, and it sucks.
All right, well, while we're waiting, I have a question for the chat, because I saw somebody posting a message like that in there, but it might just be a troll. Do any of you honestly think that there's a conflict of interest that I'm a member of Vanquished Gaming and I'm shoutcasting for European tournaments? Like, do you really think that? Like, honestly. Do you honestly think there's a conflict of interest there that I'm shoutcasting for tournaments that Vanquish can't even play in? If that's a problem, you let me know, and I won't care. But you can tell me that if you want. I just won't care. Because, again, Vanquish can't play in these tournaments.
Oh, man, look at them. They're all just... Oh, it's all the hate. I feel the hate, people. Yes, yes, give me your salt. Bring your salty comments.
Alright. If you really think there's a conflict of interest because I'm shoutcasting a tournament that the team I'm working for doesn't actually play in.
Oh my god, we found it. We found the God server. Look at that ping. That glorious ping.
Alright. I think we're good. So here we go. Game 1 of this other semifinal series. Let me get back into actual game. That'd be nice. I just wasn't changing it because I wasn't sure if we were actually going to play. But here we go. Game 1 underway, and already Supersonic Avengers gets on the board.
A little miscommunication between Pashy and Stocky right here. One went for boost, the other had just made the shot. Someone needed to be in goal right there. Just a little miscommunication.
Yeah. So, those communication issues are really painful in a 2v3 situation. But, have a good chance here trying to develop for Swarm, trying to get something in on net, but Supersonic Avengers turns it aside. ELMP, nice play back to Ono, but it does get turned aside. That was actually a pretty good offensive development that they weren't able to do anything about quite yet.
Oh.
Big long-distance shot.
There's the punishment I was talking about.
Yep. Alp gets the long-distance shot, gets the second goal.
Yep, so for those who are just tuning in, letting you know, Gambit was supposed to be the third man for Swarm because DeBoer wasn't able to make it. He's actually at a LAN right now. LAN, if any people have no clue what that is. And, well, now they're playing 2v3 because Gambit is not here.
Yeah, their only legal sub could not show, so they're stuck playing 2v3, and Supersonic Avengers is beginning the punishment. Kind of what I expected out of this series. As much as I like Swarm, as much as I think they are an incredibly solid team, logistically you can only do so much.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, kudos to Swarm getting to the semifinals on just two-man roster. That is amazing. Yeah,
that's a hell of a run for not even pulling... I mean, it's one thing to work with a sub, it's another thing to just not even have a third person that you can play with. And it's too bad, because I was actually looking forward to seeing how Swarm was going to play with a effective striker like Gambit. You know, I thought that would be an incredibly interesting series, and if they were to break out their typical overly aggressive 3-all-in formation, I think it would have been really fun to see how it worked out with Gambit in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but now we're kind of watching them play with either a hand behind their back or a leg missing, and it's not working for them.
Yeah. I mean, Supersonic Avengers also, as we mentioned, a very solid team. Typically fairly top tier, definitely placing regularly in the top 8 or top 16. So when you're dealing with a team like that, which has pretty consistent, solid performance, they're very hard to deal with. SFX, Onoole, and ELMP are all great players. But Swarm trying to get something going here. But yeah, just I think at this point they're finally playing a team that really can compete with them skill-wise, and it's just a numbers game. You know, if they just had that one extra body in there that they could coordinate and make plays with, then this would be a very different experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but the saves are coming from Supersonic Avengers like I expected, and the counterattacks and the paying for making these mistakes that Swarm are is really finally taking its toll on them.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know necessarily if they have, and I think if they had any sub of any kind, it would be a very different game. You know, somebody of at least like pro level caliber, I should say, not just like, you know, me.
I was just say a bot level.
Yeah, no, not bot, but like, you know, a typical pro player. If they had somebody like that in there, this would probably be different. Just to have somebody there to, you know, make responses to. But right now, pretty secure for Supersonic Avengers here in Game 1. A nice 3-0 lead. Swarm they're getting nice chances, but they don't have the people to help finish. You know, you get one person making a setup, and where you'd typically be able to kind of respond, ELMP is going to pick up the hat trick, kind of as a header shot there. But we're basically done here. Final minute of play, 4-0 your score. Swarm having a nearly impossible time putting something together that really works out as an actual goal. They're getting close, though, speaking of which. Nearly a goal there for Swarm. Trying to get something on the board, prove that they can maybe hang. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it here unless something miraculous happens in these final 30 seconds to switch the momentum at least a little bit. I don't think they're going to win, obviously, but you know, a goal or some nice offensive plays could help turn the momentum around going into Game 2.
Yeah, just break that clean sheet if you could possibly do it.
Yeah, and that has been a big task for them this entire game, and it will probably be insurmountable. We are down to the final 5 seconds of play. Stocky ends up stopping that. We're down to 0-second time, and that is it. Game 1 comfortably goes to Supersonic Avengers. Not much that Swarm could really do about that. I mean, I will say, you know, normally when a team has that sort of a lead or that sort of an advantage, you start to wonder, okay, what did the other team do wrong? What mistakes are they making? Swarm's not really making any mistakes. They just don't have enough bodies to stop them. Yeah, that's their problem right now.
Yeah, they don't have the bodies to play their game. That's it.
You know, exactly. They can get in front of the ball sometimes, but there's a reason that this is a handicap match, and the reason that it's going to be such a difficult task for Swarm to do anything with. But here we go, Game 2 underway. Swarm versus Supersonic Avengers in this nice little 2v3. Stocky does manage to stop what was a pretty lackluster shot anyway, but I don't think there was much intent behind that either.
Nope, just keep it on the blue side and you'll be just fine in this game.
Yep. I think all Supersonic Avengers really cares about here is, you know, put away 2 or 3 goals, get a nice, comfortable lead, and then just play a little bit of keep away. If you can do that, I think I'll be in a good spot. Swarm would love to develop something, though. And right now, here comes Stocky trying to play it off the side of the pitch, but ELMP gets right in front of it. Pesci, though, keeps it in the orange. And they just can't really do anything about it. Here comes Stocky, puts it up high, can't quite get his own rebound. You could see Pesci was hanging back, trying to gauge a good moment to strike, which gets really difficult when you've got 2 other people.
Ono had a great block there for him.
Yeah, but here we go. Starting to see some offensive opportunities develop for Swarm. A little bit, at least. But so far, Supersonic Avengers having a very easy time turning these aside. But there's a nice floating shot, and Stocky gets Swarm on the board. Going long distance here, you can see the clear here. Nobody in a good position to make a defensive stop. Just smart play by Stocky to get into position, get a goal up, and make this game a little more interesting.
Exactly.
Nice.
This is what we need to see. Swarm, if they know their mistakes and their being down a man is going to hurt them, well, put the pressure back on Supersonic Avengers. Make them have to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like their usual strategy was working really well for them thus far. You know, the typical Swarm all-in move. It's just so much easier to punish when you're down a whole person. So that makes it really risky. You know, I just think at this point, if I'm Swarm, I'm going to keep playing the way I always play, because I made it this far without even a third person. So let's just keep doing what we can do, and maybe, just maybe, that aggressiveness can give us a goal and give us a win. It's been working really well so far. Here we go, Stocky now, trying to dribble it upfield, does get disrupted. And here comes a bit of an offensive chance for Supersonic Avengers, but it does get sent back down. SFX has to be there to play the ball in the corner.
Yeah, and really just right now, Stocky, Pashy, they're both just trying to keep this lead that they have.
They are, and they're playing very smart right now. You know, they're playing with a good strategy for two people, trying to constantly have somebody back on defense to help protect the net, and only dedicating two forward when they're really deep in the orange zone. And it's a good strategy that's working out pretty well thus far. 2 minutes left to play, and they do have the 1-goal lead. It's not enough to bank on, but they've kept the clean sheet for 3 minutes. What's 2 more minutes? Only an eternity. But
yeah, I was about to say an eternity of hell.
You know, you want to bring it down to that last second. They're looking very good so far, but that one got past. Fortunately, didn't get into the net, however. And now ELMP tries to dribble it past Stocky, but it does get disrupted enough that they're stuck playing in midfield here. Stocky clears it down towards the corner. Enough time to drop back and keep it clear again. They're doing a very nice job here.
Yeah,
I'm actually very impressed by Swarm.
Yeah, the problem is Supersonic Avengers, they're hitting the ball a little too hard, and they're getting too much of a gap for them to contest the hits, with Pashy and Stocky going for the hits.
Yep, nice play by Pashy there, trying to get it past, but couldn't quite do it. Now playing the ball off the wall. Here comes Stocky. He's going to help redirect it to the corner. Try and do something to set something up here. I don't know what exactly they're doing here. There's a good little cross. Stocky tries to force it past, but does not get it. So now here comes Supersonic Avengers. Back upfield. Final minute of play. Swarm still doing a very good job of keeping it turned away. A little bit of a collision there along the wall by Supersonic.
Again, though, I'm not really seeing any pressure from Supersonic like we were in the first game.
Yeah, they're playing a little passively, thinking that maybe they can just sort of squeak something past, but if they were coming in a lot harder here, then they'd have a much easier time, I think, closing this very narrow gap right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to play a counter game, and the problem is Stocky and Pashy aren't overextending. They're just hitting the ball and going right back into goal.
Yep, they're playing this defensive strategy fairly smart. Now they're trying to put it back downfield just to get it out of the danger zone, and I think Swarm might have this if they can keep the ball up, and they do. Touches the ground. So Swarm will take game 2 here to tie the series up, and still just look really good for a 2-man team.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Supersonic Avengers. They had 9 shots on goal, and 7 were saved by Swarm. So 2 of them were just a little bit far off. I mean, that's all they got to do. Swarm just has to keep that defense up.
So it seems like they're talking a little bit about the strategy we were actually mentioning in previous Swarm matchups, where, you know, you have that extra person if you're on that 3-man team. So commit that person to just being the disruptor. You know, make those body checks against the other player. Try to make those demolitions. You can afford to not be a part of the game, because that's just, you know, you just turned it into a 2v2 with a third person there as a crazy, like a enforcer, basically.
Yeah, and I think Elm said it best. SFX Beast best, but I can't speak. Needs to step it up. He needs to be aggressive. it's a 2v3, and he's actually sitting back.
Yeah, you don't have to sit back here. You know, you should be able to play really aggressive here and just try and shut him down. Like I said, cross-check into him, try and demolish him. You know, do whatever to disrupt their momentum and their play, because they're not going to be able to really do that. There's a good wide-open shot, slips past, and SFX gets Supersonic Avengers on the board here early in game number 3.
And see, this puts the pressure on Swarm, because now Swarm has to be aggressive, and they're going to make mistakes to try and equalize it.
They are. I mean, the good thing about Swarm is at least they're used to having a very aggressive style anyway, and we've seen that all throughout their games this week, is that even in 2v3, they're used to an aggressive style, so they play it very well. But, I mean, yeah, the problem is just going to come down to logistics, ultimately.
Oh,
there's
wow.
a big shot, but the LMP, fortunately, is back to make a stop on it. That one nearly goes in, but here comes a follow-through by Pashy, who can't quite do it. That's a risk in making those sorts of shots, too. You know, when you're playing with 2 people, you go in and try to make a shot, and if you get it deflected, then you're already overcommitted and have to turn around and try to book it back to the other side of the pitch just to help be back there on defense.
Yeah, and that's where rotations are key right here, because as long as Stucky and Pashy can rotate back after that's a mistake.
Stocky, it's a big goal there. There was actually a defensive lapse that happened a little earlier that allowed this offensive opportunity to develop.
What a good job by Pashy, kicking Elm out of the way, and Elm actually couldn't defend it, and SFX Beast and Ono were nowhere around.
Yeah, there was a big cross-check that, like a self-cross-check, I should say, that happened earlier in that play. That was where Swarm was able to turn it around and then put that together. So, you know, aggression is good, just smart aggression is kind of key here. You can't just throw cars forward and hope that they hit something.
Yeah,
you know, because they're ultimately going to run into each other.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these amazing clears. I mean, they're nowhere to really counter or hurt, you know, Swarm. They're either perfectly placed or they're kicked so far out that Supersonic Avengers can't capitalize on.
And another thing I'm noticing, too, out of Swarm is they are playing a very trusting game here. Like, when one guy is way out of position, he's not charging in toward the ball to hopefully be there to stop it. He relies on his partner to be there, to do his job. And that's good teamwork in general, in 3v3s or 2v2s or whatever you want to do it. And that's what Swarm is showing right now. So they're not overcommitting to anything. They're keeping their field covered. And Pashy puts up a second goal to get the go-ahead.
Look at this mistake. So, all right, Pashy hits in the corner, and Elm tries to kick it out, and he kicks it right in front of Pashy.
Yep, and there's Swarm getting a lead again. I mean, they're looking like the better team right now, and they shouldn't be. Right,
exactly. Like, apparently, who needs Gambit when your own team will take you out?
So many chances there, just developed for Swarm. I mean, so many shots on goal, but they were able to actually turn them away. Somebody has to come up and start playing this much more aggressively, or they're going to go down, and we're going to see a 2v3 final. Finally, we're getting some results here. ELMP gets the goal, his first of the game, to tie it up, I should say.
I still love how we say that differently, though. ELMP or Elm.
I don't know. It's all capital letters, so I just assume it's it's an initialism.
Oh yeah.
So, well, here we go. We have a detonation. Here comes Stocky. Tries to play it up, but it gets taken off of his roof. Pashy with a nice touch keeps it in the corner to hopefully prevent anything from happening. Oh, not a good clear there. ELMP was easily able to punish that. Again, the numbers game just kind of got to him. Played it up high. Couldn't quite stop the cross. Yes. Pashy could only do so much.
Yeah, Stocky missed his clear right there, and that's what we're talking about. The pressure of having to make these saves and clears. Once it started to get heavy on him, it could really just turn on him.
Well, Pashy tried to make a play on that ball, but couldn't quite get to it in time.
Oh.
Now, all right. Supersonic Avengers turning the pressure on. This is exactly the strategy they needed to play. This should not have been such a difficult task, to be honest with you. And, you know, I get it that they're a very skilled pair of players, but it certainly should never have reached a point where two members of Swarm were, you know, really controlling the game.
Exactly, and I think that's just the presence that we get from Swarm. Is just it doesn't matter if it's 2v3 or 3v3. They use the same pressure and presence every game, and it's intimidating.
Yeah, exactly. They try to, you know, be that same imposing force regardless of who they're rolling with, or now how many players they actually have. This is the first time I've certainly seen Swarm compete in handicap mode, but they will drop game 3 here. As the ball is going to kind of trickle around a little bit. Ono turns it aside, plays it off the wall. He's going to try to get one more here. Playing Rule 1 right now. But there's your 0-second finish. So there you go. Game 3 will go to Supersonic Avengers. And, yeah, if they can keep that up, then they should have a fairly easy run through this 4th game.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, Swarm, all they can do is keep doing what they're doing. Just minimize the mistakes, and I feel like they'll be fine. But yeah, it's all going to come down to can they hold up?
Yeah, they're playing the only strategy they can right now, and they're playing it very effectively. There's a few mistakes that are happening here and there, but you know, you can't be perfect.
I mean, what can you expect? They had the same amount of shots as Supersonic Avengers, which is 10. I mean, that is ridiculous. That should never happen.
Exactly. You should not be letting up the same amount of shots when you have a whole extra person that you could be using in some way. You know, and I'm wondering if it's part of the teams just not knowing how to utilize their third player in this situation, because they don't exactly face this all the time. You know, I think we've both been shoutcasting for a very long time here for Rocket League, and it's not like this is a very common occurrence in a tournament scenario. So
no, it almost comes to that point where just before the games or tournaments start, if they have to, they'll pull someone off the streets.
Yeah, I mean, I think Swarm is kind of, at least they've learned going forward. 1, don't rely on Gambit, and 2, add a bunch of subs, just in case.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's more of just give Gambit an alarm clock.
Or, you know, don't worry about it and just play when DeBoer's around. Whatever the strategy is. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I'm still very blown away by the fact they made it this far.
Oh,
I really
absolutely.
am. Like, I'm more blown away than I am than if, like, some random team did. Like, you know, Team Complain, I'm not very surprised that they made it as far as they did.
No, we're more surprised at the blunder that was Shazoo at the end of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just thought here that the logistics were going to finally catch up to him at some point, but they just haven't yet.
No, it really hasn't.
I really just think that speaks to how their opponents are following up on these games and how they're actually playing and treating Swarm. You know, you can't treat them like Swarm. You have to treat them like a two-man team and just come in constantly. Play forward. Do everything.
Yeah, bring that pressure, because with 2, there's not enough bodies to protect everything.
Yeah, dedicate somebody to be that enforcer, and I think it would have worked out fine. But right now, still a clean sheet across the board with 2 minutes off the clock, but here comes Swarm setting something up, and Stocky! Very nice setup that should not have happened.
I am just so tickled by this, because you just don't expect it, but here comes the usual combo of Tashi to Stocky.
Yeah, that was just a perfect setup, and they had no trouble, no interference trying to make that happen. Oh, nearly an equalizer there, but it goes just high enough that Stocky doesn't have to overly commit to it. ELMP, though, tries to get the finish. We're still Blinky Ball, and Uno comes in to get the equalizer. So, the dream is not as alive as it was a few seconds ago. The dream is pending. Let's put it that way. It seems there's It seems there's a lot more support for Swarm than there usually is, just because they are
2v3.
playing in handicap mode today.
Yeah, everyone loves a good underdog.
But I get it, man. It's exciting. You want to see a two-man team take it all the way. But it is must-win for Swarm right now to try and muster up a win here. But they're looking really good. Whoa, really good. Pardon the hiccups.
I was about to say, you okay over there?
I am fine.
All right.
I haven't started drinking yet. I
Gotcha.
saved that for after the show. Gotta be a pro, right?
Yeah, I'd say we're gonna need it after these games.
Pashy.
a good setup.
Oh, they do manage to turn it aside. I wasn't sure if they were gonna. They did slip past. So many good chances developing for Swarm, but here comes Supersonic Avengers. Tries to sneak that one past.
Pashy pushing Ono out of the way. Just like, I don't need to worry about the ball. I need to worry about you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they still haven't really changed too much here. It seems like the only times that Supersonic Avengers get something developed is when they finally pry a hole in a already Swiss cheese-like Swarm Gaming because they're missing a piece.
But why does it have to come after the attack? Why can't they just attack and take Swarm's pressure out? Like they're letting them get their shots.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that last goal that Swarm got, the first goal, I guess I should say that they got, really shouldn't have happened. It just really shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't have been able to get into position like that, set stuff up. I mean, look at this right now. Stocky floating the ball over. Fortunately, SFX gets back to make a play on it.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm looking for someone on Supersonic Avengers to bring the heat, and I'm seeing none of it.
They're trying to get a little bit of a setup there, but again, you know, the numbers game kind of salvaged that. Pashy gets knocked all the way downfield.
No.
Oh, and a bit of a floating goal. Oh, Pashy was knocked way out of position there. Had to regroup and get boost, so he couldn't have been there. But again, another cross does get turned aside. Stocky puts it in. ELMP has to make a save on it.
God, that crossbar is MVP, I swear.
It is, but good defense out of Supersonic Avengers. But why are there so many chances? I mean, okay. I gotta obviously give credit. Swarm is clearly way more formidable as a two-man team in a 3v3 environment. And there is the go-ahead, possibly series-winning goal right there. Finally, Supersonic Avengers can take this albatross off from around their neck.
Whew. I know they're happy. That relief from that goal probably just...
That was necessary. But the dream is dead.
I have to
Supersonic
wonder...
Avengers will take the series 3-1, and they are moving on to the finals. Swarm played formidably, but just couldn't do it. Same amount of shots again on goal.
Exactly, and that astounds me because why is it even close? It shouldn't be. And I mean, I know Supersonic Avengers, they had to be sweating.
They did. I mean, I don't, you know, like I mentioned in some of the previous series, they didn't want to lose. Like, they didn't want to be the team another team that lost to a 2v3 Swarm team. You know, they were better than that. And I said that out of the beginning that they were better than that. I'm just surprised they were challenged quite as hard as they were. You know, I thought it would be a little bit of an easier going game than it wound up being.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, I think everyone here was astounded about just how well Swarm was doing, and people started rooting for them even more because of it.
Yeah, and I don't blame people. You know, that's exciting. You want to see that two-man team hopefully go all the way. But, you know, I will commend Swarm. They played about as well as you can in that environment. Did as well as they could, but they were clearly going to run into a big obstacle when dealing with a three-man Supersonic Avengers team. But for now, we are about to head into our best-of-7 finals. So I'm just waiting on the details right now. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with our best-of-7 finals. Complain versus Supersonic Avengers. So hang tight for that. Be with you in just a few moments for the finals of the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10. Sub-hype! Let's see you in just a minute. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are ready for the grand finals of the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10. About to kick off here in just a few moments. Complain Supersonic Avengers, like I said, best of 7 series. So first team to 4 wins, of course. We'll get the big grand prize of 75 euros. But hey, it's money.
Oh, yeah? Hey, money is money.
Money is indeed money, and here we go. We are just about ready.
Yep, I'm having a moment. Working on it.
No problem. Just waiting on everybody else to, of course, get in. And looks like we're about to get things started here. Everybody is in the match. In the blue, Complain. In orange, Supersonic Avengers. This is the first final that hasn't been Swarm versus Flipside in a very long time, so I'm excited. And I know you're going to ask, so before you even get the chance to, I'm going to go with Supersonic Avengers here. I feel like they've got a lot of good momentum going. They played a little rough against a 2v3 team in Swarm, but granted, so did everybody else who played them. So, let's see how it develops, though.
I'm going to go with Yemen's team on this one.
You're going Complain, huh?
Yeah.
It's a fair pick. They've been playing exceptionally well.
Exactly, and if I lose, I can always complain.
Everybody else will. just blame it on the lag and you'll be fine.
Alright, cool.
Alright, here we go. So, Both teams just kind of figuring each other out right now here in Game 1. ELMP playing it off the wall into the corner, but it does get turned aside. Complain trying to play it back out. Oh, but they couldn't quite get the clear there. They are keeping the ball in the orange zone, though, so Complain trying to get something developed off of Supersonic Avengers. There's a nice bit of development, but couldn't quite get the angle to put it in. Had a really nice shot there if he could have only come in with a little bit more precision.
Oh, Yemen. That's so close.
Oh, there's another shot coming right in by the ELMP. Turns it aside. Good clear to the corner. But it does get set back up and sent right back. So just sort of playing a trade-off of goal to corner, goal to corner. ELMP clears it back out to the other side of the pitch. But again, Complain putting the pressure on. Tries to cross it in front of the goal and nothing happens. That one just squeezes in for Yemen.
Isfek's best should have had that. Watch this as Yemen gets a nice tip from Elm, and then he misses. He doesn't do the backflip, he does the dodge roll.
Completely missed on that attempt, and that is going to put Complain up 1-0 here in this final, the first game of our best-of-7 series.
So far, my prediction looking a little good at the moment, but we've seen how that worked.
Yeah, a little early to call. I certainly expect this to be a close series. I'm not expecting any sort of blowout necessarily. Yeah, we're going to have to see... I mean, really, we're just going to have to see Supersonic Avengers get their act together a little bit and actually put some pressure on Complain. And speaking of which, here's a nice chance. That's a good shot on goal. X3MW has to fight to turn it away, though. And the ball's going to get set into the corner. Shot back downfield. SFX misses the clear attempt.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure being put on by Complain here that I'm wondering what Supersonic Avengers is going to do to stop it.
Big shot goes off the post, but there's X3MW with the rebound. Puts it away. If we take a look at this first shot, goes off the post by Yemen. X3MW in a great spot to pick that rebound up. Puts it in the net. Even gives it a little bit of a touch to go off to the right to prevent any kind of defensive player from getting in his way.
Yeah. And they asked Elm if there was a little lag there, but he said no, so apparently it was just a miscommunication.
Yeah, you know, sometimes not just lag. Ono gets there with a big stop. Now they're playing it back upfield. Good turn aside by X3MW. Did manage to beat the ball to the net. And now Supersonic Avengers has to get something going. Really, they just have to put something in the goal. And speaking of which, there's a nice shot, goes a little too far right. They need more than just these one-off shots. You got to start putting that kind of constant pressure on that Complain has been doing. They've been looking really good in this game, but you know, there's so much variables in Game 1 of a series. Like a team can come out looking just amazing in Game 1, and then all of a sudden the other team turns it on and starts playing ridiculously well in the rest of the series.
Right, exactly.
So big floating shot goes off the crossbar. Good rebound there. Does get turned aside by X3MW.
Yeah, I have to admit, not only is Yemen playing well, the X3MW right now has been my favorite for Team Complain. He has just been everywhere.
He has. Ball gets played up. Yeah, X3MW has been looking like a star, really. Just doing some great play this game. We've seen a lot of him through the series. Yemen takes out ELMP. However, they didn't do anything with it, so ELMP is back and able to play once again. But down he goes again. A little bit of targeting here going on, huh?
Yeah,
I think somebody's trying to be a little BM. All right, final 30 seconds of play. Still a 2-goal deficit here for Supersonic Avengers. So they might end up dropping this game, but hopefully they can get something to build off of for Game 2.
Yeah, and I've noticed that after Yemen makes a strike, he'll actually go for the goalie or any player that's close, just trying to make it a 2v3 setting.
There's a shot back downfield. We are in 0-second time, but this game is guaranteed to go to Complain. So there we have it. Game 1. Pretty securely goes to Complain there. Definitely looking like the better team, I would say, in this game so far.
Oh, definitely. And I was worried about this with Supersonic Avengers earlier. They were way too passive against a 2v3 team, and now against the 3v3, they're also being very passive. I mean, is there some sort of is there some sort of switch I need to find to flip, or what?
Well, the only person who knows if that switch exists, or I should say the only people who know if that switch exists and if it can be flipped, is Supersonic Avengers, because they're the ones who got to flip it. Because right now, they've got to come out of this losing game 1 and start putting something on net, and there comes the LMP with a near goal. Goes into the corner, but rebounds out. Very lucky there for Supersonic Avengers, too. Avoided that goal. And so far, a lot of the same in the early minute here.
Oh, that aggression just cost them.
Oh, that one's going to float by, and they couldn't stop it. Dadu will end up getting credit for that. You can see X3MW kind of puts it on net. It just sort of floats there for a bit, and Dadu came in to get the actual finish. Yeah, Supersonic Avengers, I'm a little surprised. Not quite what I expected out of them so far. They're just getting kind of manhandled here by Complain.
Oh no,
with a big stop. And they immediately fall back. ELMP tries to put it on net. Can't quite do it.
There goes centered again. That dude gets a good hit, and here we go. It's back in the corner.
Nicely cleared. Saved for the moment. And that's all they can really hope for right now. Shot is going to get played off the wall. Here comes the LMP. Tries to play it around the corner. Can't get it past Yemen, but it's centered up nicely. This is a good chance for Supersonic Avengers to play it forward. And there's a good aerial shot. It was a little off point. Does get turned aside. Bit of a setup here for Ono. Taken out by Dadu. A little bit better play.
A little bit, but it's no aggression. It's, you know, it's always a counterattack for them. It's never we go on the aggressive ourselves. We wait for them to attack, and it's just killing them.
Oh, and a big whiff there. Yemen is going to get the goal. 2-goal lead right now.
Yeah, it doesn't take 2 to go for that ball.
Yeah, no, sets that one up from distance. Kind of locking down this advantage. And I am not seeing what I expected to out of Supersonic Avengers when I made my prediction.
Oh, I'm seeing exactly the team I watched play against a 2v3 Swarm and let them get close to actually winning the series. A lot of mistakes, a lot of problems with aggression. That's exactly the team we're seeing right now.
Maybe so, because that's what we're playing right now. And Complain clears it back downfield. Yemen tries to playing it up in the corner. Gets a nice center. Oh, touched underneath slightly. I think he was trying to float it a little bit further, but he ended up disrupting the offensive chance. But getting turned back around, and you're absolutely right. It's just counterattacks that Supersonic Avengers are getting here. They've yet to really put something of their own together. Yemen winds up clearing it back. Passes it to his teammate, who sends it downfield. SFX tries to put it back on the opposing net, or at least in the opposing zone.
But it's already cleared out. I mean...
All right, here we go. Something could be developing here. A decent cross, but nobody was there to make any play to it.
I mean, look at that pressure. Why is SFX best right behind Elm?
Everybody was ahead, and they found a gap and punished it. Yemen puts them ahead.
Right there.
3-0.
Yeah, right there. That is SFX's best problem right there. He is shadowing Elm. Why?
Yeah, no need for that. Spread out, get into position, cover more of the field. He was playing defensively like all game long against a two-man swarm. Why are they changing that up against a three-man complain team?
Well, I agree that they need to get more aggressive, and that's what they're trying to do, but it's the wrong kind of aggression. The aggression still needs smart positioning.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, even if they did leave SFX back, they might have been able to do something a little bit more reasonable of an offensive chance by having somebody back on defense and committing two people to an attack. But there's Yemen again with the hat trick and another punish. Just nobody able to make a stop there. Yemen sees the ball just kind of hanging out in front of the net. He's like, okay, I'll put that in the net for me. Well, I will say, it looks like Yemen has found his team. And these are two very skilled players. X3MW, I don't know if I've really, where else I've seen him before. If I have seen him before, I've seen a lot of players in all sorts of types. But, I don't know. Looking really good, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And, oh, there's a mistake. Finally, Elm getting something from it.
Yeah, a bit of what they needed to help try and turn some momentum around. Finally get a point on the board. Now they need to carry that forward into Game 3 of this series because they cannot afford to go down another game. A third game, and they might as well just seal themselves off. Unless they can have some kind of huge return. But time will tell. It really comes down to how well this team plays the final few seconds here. And I've yet to really see it.
Yep.
Still seeing some miscommunication. There's a nice little bit of an offensive play, but it doesn't quite develop. ELMP, I think, missed his final strike there.
Yeah, but it was just one player. It wasn't the whole team of Supersonic Avengers. It was just one player making that play.
Trying to get one more goal here. We're in 0-second time. But nope, that will touch the ground there. And Complain will go up 2-0 in this series.
Yep. Yeah, Supersonic Avengers, they're the team I absolutely thought they were. They're a bunch of individual players right now. I see no real concise teamwork.
Yeah, I can agree with that. They're not coming through the way they need to. They're not putting enough pressure. They're not getting any kind of offensive chances that they can do anything with. And it's just been leaving them high and dry. And now, here we go. Game 3. I don't really know if Supersonic Avengers is going to be able to pull this out. But they need to. And there's a good opening shot, though, as I say that.
Yeah, that was a great save by Dadu, though.
Yeah, he had to fight to get into the corner to get that, but he did manage to do it. Little shots like that are nice to start with, but it's how you play the rest of the game, how consistent you are with your attacks and your chances. Oh, that was nice for Dadu. He actually got a little bit too much on that touch, but I saw what he was trying to do. You know, just redirect it slightly. He was hoping to get that little bit of an angle on it, maybe put it into the far side of the net, but couldn't quite do it. And here comes Supersonic Avengers. The LMP puts it on net, and X3MW has to turn it away. Could be getting it together a little bit. Maybe
a little bit, but I think it was just the aggression for Dadu and them. It was very well placed. It just unluckily didn't turn into something for them, and now they're just having to get their bearings back to go back for another attack.
Yep, and right now, still spending, I'd say, most of the time, a bit of a pool shot ELMP used as the cue ball to get the ball out of harm's way. But yeah, still Supersonic Avengers. They spend a bit of time in the blue zone, but didn't really get anything productive done with it. And everything that we're getting out of, you know, Complain here has just been productive use of the time that they're in the orange zone. Even if it's been a little less.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a nice chance. Good shot.
There we go.
LMP finally follows through. Gets a nice little drilling shot into the lower corner there.
Yeah, it's a good pass by Ono. Gets it off the wall right to Elp, and Elp smashes it home bottom corner. That's what we want to see from them. That's the Supersonic Avengers that we were hoping to see.
Yeah, and they're going to have to keep that momentum going. Now that they finally got on the board, finally have a lead. Lead is gone, and it's a tie now. X3MW immediately responds, plays the shot off the wall, gets the bounce, plays his own rebound, and just drives it into the net. Nobody there to really contest that.
No, there's not much you can really do about that. I mean, SFX Best should have, instead of flying for it, just went on the wall. That way he would have had more stable control, could have just kicked it out. But he decides to fly.
He does, and here comes Yemen, puts the ball back on the net. SFX turns it aside. And again, keeping it in the blue zone. A little bit of an opening there, was turned away for Supersonic Avengers, and that one nearly goes in. But SFX does make the stop. Now Yemen tries to get the cross, and nobody could get to it. I think they had a little bit of a collision there for Complain. Both players kind of went in on that at the same time. Nice defensive stop. Drives it back downfield. And now Yemen sets it up. Dadu tries to make a play but can't quite do it. Here comes X3MW, but he gets turned away.
Oh, what a stop by Yemen. Great steal.
They got a lot of time on that last offensive chance to try and put something together. There's no reason Complain should have had all that time to set something up in the offensive zone.
It just took them way too long to finally get it clear. Oh, no.
There we go. Dadu gets a little slow rolling goal. Nobody back there to stop it, and he will extend or secure a lead for Complain. You can see this. He just gets a little bit of contact, but because nobody's there, it's just able to roll in.
God, you gotta hate that creeper shot.
Little shots like that are easy to stop if you've got somebody back there to actually stop it. Those are heartbreakers for sure. And now Complain having to deal with the ball set to the corner. Supersonic Avengers, though, not able to take to the air. Yemen gets a bit of a contact on it. Trying to set something up again. Low effort clear there. Easily turned back by X3MW.
Oh,
who gets a nice play off the wall. Yemen's going to come in. Can't quite get the angle he needs, though. Doesn't come in at the right amount of speed.
Yeah, he hit it straight down. If he just got it more in the air and more towards the goal, he would have been fine. But because he hit it straight down, there was 3 waiting on it.
And there's an equalizer. ELMP. Finally, Supersonic Avengers trying to make something happen. We won't really be able to see that goal again. But did kind of play a rebound off the wall there to put that away.
Yeah, that's something Elm really needed.
So this could be a good break for Supersonic Avengers. We're down to the final minute of play here. This game could go to overtime, depending on how things pan out.
Oh.
But no! X3MW gets the go-ahead with 50 seconds to go.
What teamwork. Yemen goes up and kicks it down to X3MW, and he just taps up to try and shoot it on goal, and he gets it.
Really smart play. Gets the go-ahead. Not a lot of time left now for Supersonic Avengers, and I'm going to tell you, that's got to be demoralizing. They had a hard enough time. There's a big long-distance shot, though. X3MW does turn it aside, but Supersonic Avengers not ready to stop now. They are trying to get one goal here. Tie the sheet up again.
Oh!
And I think Complain would love to get an insurance goal.
Especially after Yemen taking out Elm. Just straight kicked him out of goal.
It's good play. You got the players. Use them.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Just wide, though.
Yemen is good in getting in position to make shots. The one thing I think he... I tend to notice from Yemen, at least, is that his aerial game is a little bit off kilter, and ELMP, bad defensive play. They just let that happen. Look at this. ELMP gets the shot way back there, and it manages to go in. Not the sort of equalizer you really want to give up.
No, but Supersonic Avengers, they'll take it.
Oh, absolutely. It's an equalizer.
Yeah, they need anything they can get right now.
We're in 0-second time. That ball is going to be a live ball, but it does bounce off the wall and hit the floor. We're in overtime here in Game 3. Supersonic Avengers looking for a win. Complain looking to bring the series within 1 game. Both teams would love to win this game and just wrap things up, but easier said than done for both sides of the pitch. But speaking of which, Complain gets a nice little setup that's directed out by SFX. And here comes Supersonic Avengers. SFX gets taken out. Could be a bit of an opening for Complain. They have to play it up quickly. Nice floating shot over the head. And what a stop by ELMP to keep the game alive.
Yeah, that was fantastic work right there. And here comes the counterattack.
Big goal. What a bit of play by Supersonic Avengers. Manages to turn aside a big shot and finally convert it into a goal. So Supersonic Avengers will get on the board here in the finals. And a huge turnaround for those teams. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Like, I thought that game was over. Complain had it. It was done. And then an incredible stop by ELMP, who then turns it around into an equally incredible goal.
Yeah, and the mistakes by Complain really cost him on that. I mean, that own goal should have never happened. But, you know, this is what gives you that spark to win it.
Yeah, every little bit, you know. It's just what happens sometimes. But here we go. Complain still holding a 2-1 series lead over Supersonic Avengers. But Supersonic Avengers could be riding a little bit of momentum after a very nice overtime win just a few moments ago. And now, speaking of which, a nice setup by Ono LA, but X3MW turns it aside, sends it back downfield, and ELMP has to play hero again to prevent that high arcing shot from going in.
Yeah, 2 fantastic saves this series so far. Just really, really happy with his play.
Ono was coming in, had a pretty good shot on goal, but he came in too high. So ELMP was left to try to make a play on it, and they could not do it. So Complain turns it back around. And they're going to try to develop something here. Here comes ELMP playing it up. Nice little pass set up there for Ono LA. Good back and forth there. And there's a bit of a rebound. They are really going in overzealously on defense there for Complain. I mean, they're just panicking in a lot of those stops, but they managed to get it done at least.
Yep.
And the offense stops again.
Now X3MW gets a hit on, but Ono kicks it back out. Good hit by Elm, but of course Yemen is there.
Yep, Yemen right there to try to play it up. At least gets it back on the right side of the pitch. Oh, and they didn't get a good clear. Fortunately, they got to it before Yemen did. Now another good goal turned aside by Ono LA. He is going to play it off the wall. Good setup around the corner. This could be a nice wide open shot, but Yemen clears it away just in time. Much better performance out of Supersonic Avengers in this game so far. Wide open opportunity. Again, get turned aside by Yemen. He has been all over the place.
He really has.
And just really doing a good job here. But Supersonic Avengers just looking too good. Oh, and there's a big own goal.
Why? What in the world possessed him to do that?
X3MW just helps redirect that shot right into net. About as good as it gets. Right into the net. So the opening goal is going to go to Supersonic Avengers. Honestly, a deserved goal too. They've been looking better in this game, and there's ELMP with a quick follow-up to extend their lead to 2. Right off the kickoff. Plays it nicely. Look at this little floating shot, gets it over the head of everybody. They can't quite get to it. They tried. They really did try. But
does anyone else feel like there's a swing of momentum?
That's what I'm looking at here. Certainly feels like it. Supersonic Avengers looking much better now. I mentioned that the defensive panic was starting to show through for Complain, and it's starting to really reflect that in the scoreline. You know, they're having a hard time stopping Supersonic Avengers. There's a good detonation by Yemen on SFX best. But a little touch by ELMP. Tries to put it on target, goes a little high. And there's another shot by SFX, does get turned away by Dadu. Response by ELMP. They are putting so many shots on goal. The pressure is just relentless right now. And it's like a completely different game.
It really is.
And I don't mean that in like the sense of it is another game, but it's literally like a completely different series here.
Oh.
Shot goes up a little high. Good rebound. Can't quite get it. Goes too far right. Oh, this is getting a little ridiculous here.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like another easy win for Complain is now switched back to now Supersonic Avengers having the, having the advantage here.
They really do have it. Yemen can't quite get there to make a good clear. SFX tries to float it in, plays it off the wall, and it does get turned aside, at least for now. Dadu tries to play it in. Onoole with a relatively easy stop on that shot. And now looks like Complain trying to develop something. Oh, but there's a big pinch. That actually could go in a good position, but fortunately Yemen was far enough back to make a play. Now Ono out of the corner. ELMP, though, got a good angle and gets the goal.
Yeah, this definitely looks like Game 4 is going to Supersonic Avengers.
Yeah, nice positioning off that clear attempt. Gets the angle, redirects it straight into the net. And Supersonic Avengers looking like a vastly different team here in game number 4. So they're looking to equalize the series, and I think they're probably going to pull it off. Oh, nearly tried to break that clean sheet. And speaking of which, there's another big goal for ELMP. So good that he flipped upside down and rode it into the net. We can watch this one more time. Plays it off nicely, gets the angle to break. He knew he had that, so he just boosted himself toward the goal. 4-0 is your scoreline right now. ELMP, the hero of this game. All 4 goals, courtesy of that man.
Oh, definitely. I just feel like Complain have been caught with their pants down.
Oh, they absolutely have. I don't know what happened. They were looking so good in the last few games, and all of a sudden, they're just getting outclassed in this game.
2 own goals. Really the difference here.
Now they're playing a little more aggressive. This is the kind of style you see when things aren't quite going your way and you want to try and tilt the game a bit. It's a good strategy. I'm not going to complain about it, but it ain't resulted in any goals yet, boys, so...
And it's a little late now.
Yeah, this game is definitely in the grasp of Supersonic Avengers, so they'll get this win to equalize the series at 2 games apiece. And then I think they're riding some very nice momentum that they can carry into Game 5. And we will see that in just about 15 seconds here. Coming down to the end. That detonation, I think, was actually a little accidental. He was just coming in to try to make a shot on that at full velocity and got in the way. But here we go, 0-second time. Gonna maintain the clean sheet, I believe. Yep, there it is. Ono drives the ball to the ground. 4-0 is your score. And we have a tie series yet again.
And the first thing I hear from Yemen is, give me a minute. Definitely needs to take as long as he can for that minute.
It's going to be a long minute. Because now they're going back into this even series. Next person to win 2 games, next team to win 2 games, will take this series.
Yeah, absolutely.
But just very surprising performance out of Complain.
Yeah, so I just want to say, now that it is 2-2 and it's all squared away, who do you have?
Well, I mean, if Supersonic Avengers keeps that momentum going and they look as good as they did that game, then they can just take it all the way. Like, that version of Supersonic Avengers can win this tournament. They just need to keep that going. Because they've basically literally been playing like 2 completely different teams so far. And, you know, that's been the problem here.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the tale of 2 sides here. And I'm just wondering, what is Yemen planning?
I don't know. I mean, all that matters right now is, can Complain get their head back in this game? Because they clearly lost it in the last game. And now, Supersonic Avengers just wants to ride this momentum forward a little bit more.
Oh.
Good shot on goal. Gets stopped by Dadu. Yemen tries to play it further up along the corner, but it's going to get turned back around. Going to the other side of the pitch. Here we go. Complain now.
Now they have to be worried, though, with that aggression. Can they keep their defense up? Because that's been the problem for Supersonic Avengers.
Yeah, it's just a matter of don't change your habits now. And there, Dadu gets the first goal of the game. Very difficult setup for them to stop here. You can see Ono Ole tries to clear it across the goal. Can't quite get to it before Dadu does, though. Yeah,
SFX Best should have had that clear, and he just completely whiffed on it. And that leaves a free open goal.
Yep, so there we go. On the score sheet early. Here comes Supersonic Avengers, though. They want to try to get this equalized right now. They don't want this lead to last very long. Respond early. Don't lose the momentum that you just built up off of a 4-0 win just a few moments ago. Definitely looks like Complain is playing a little more like physically aggressive in this game so far. A lot more, cross checks, a little bit more in the demolition side that we were seeing out of the last game. Trying to carry that strategy forward a bit.
Well, I mean, it worked for them, so honestly, why not keep doing it? I mean, that's what helped them win the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works, really. SFX gets a nice little aerial shot. Ono tries to float it up a bit, disrupt the pattern of that play. But X3MW manages to turn it aside, and now here comes Complain yet again. Doesn't last long, though. Dadu's got to try to make a stop there. Doesn't get the contact he needs, but finally, they do get in there and clear it out of harm's way. The last moment.
That was such a good job by X3MW. He had a last-second chance to make that save, and he did it perfectly.
Yeah, definitely good defensive play there. Got to be careful with those. You can't let them happen too much, because if you're making critical last-second saves like that, that means you're letting the ball get in your net too much.
Oh, what a save by Dadu.
Big shot stopped in the air. Nicely stopped there by Ono Ole. Lets ELMP play it out.
Yeah, Dadu's trying to get a chance here. Doesn't really get anything. And now here comes Ono. Gets it past Yemen. Up in the air. And X3MW does clear it out.
ELMP now makes a play. A little bit of a backflip attempt there by Ono, but couldn't quite make contact with it. Now they're feeling this out. Good long-distance shot. Dadu turns it aside yet again. And right now, just playing it a little cautiously, a little slower than they were before. But final couple of minutes here on the clock. SFX floats it up high. Little touch there by X3MW. It was enough to allow his teammates to turn it back around. And now Ono sending it back downfield. Oh, good little floating shot, and the LMP gets the equalizer.
Yeah, we're seeing those sparks of what I was saying earlier about Elm being a really good player. Here he goes, 1v2ing and just getting it right over both of them.
Yep, very nice play. So the series is tied up.
Oh, and here comes Yemen with the complaints.
No mercy, though, being shown by the opponents.
There shouldn't be, especially not with how he's been earlier.
It is what it is. Nature of the game. And there, X3MW does manage to get the go-ahead goal here. Bad clear attempt. X3MW was right there to follow that up. Very good. 2-1 is your scoreline now. Minute 14 on the clock. Plenty of time to tie it up. Speaking of which, here comes the LMP. Does get a little disrupted as we play it back.
Really, I have to say in this series, what a great save by Aspects Best. But if Complain wins it, my MVP goes to X3MW. He has just been fantastic for them, making key shots and key goals everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been great on the defensive side as well. I mean, though Dadu has clearly been the defensive player, I think both of those players have been making great stops. It's been a good team effort, depending on how well Complain fares here. Even if this is it, placing second in ESL is a nice finish, all things considered.
Yeah,
granted, we're looking at one of those slightly tilted brackets because of no flip side and only a 2/3 swarm. But still,
but
there's
even
plenty of great
that,
teams there.
Yeah. But I say, even with that, I mean, they just recently joined, too. What a beautiful shot by X3MW right here. Good pass. Giving it right to Dadu, but Dadu missed it. It doesn't matter.
Yep, so far pretty good final 12 seconds. Definitely going to be a go-ahead series win for Complain as we head to Game 6 in just a few seconds. And there we go. Complain definitely gets that win. Looking a little bit better than they did the previous game. I don't know about Supersonic Avengers here. They keep looking on and then off and then kind of on and then kind of off, and it's just like they're playing the way that Team Rocket does week to week.
Yeah.
But within the same series, so.
Exactly. And like I said, I am sticking with my guns on Complain just because I didn't think it was going to all come from Yemen. I thought that Dadu was going to step up in the defense and X3MW was going to add a lot of pressure, and that's exactly what I've seen. So I'm very, very happy with that. Yemen's been doing decent, but he just hasn't had the impact as X3MW has on this series.
Yeah, I mean, I will say all around, just a very nice showing by all the members of Complain. They have been looking really good throughout the tournament from what we've seen. And, yeah, I think they have a pretty good chance of just taking this forward and doing some good stuff here. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and...
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, was Supersonic Avengers, after having to play a 2v3 match versus Swarm, did that maybe get into their heads a little bit because of how defensive they were playing and still having trouble against them?
I'm sure it affected them in the early goings of this series. Well, there's the LMP right out of the gate.
There's a good shot.
I saw somebody in chat say he should be ELOP, and yeah, I can give you that. ELMP is very OP, but yeah, I think maybe in the early goings of the series, sure, I could see that the frustration of having it take so long could have gotten to him, but by now, that needs to be gone. That should be well gone by now, and the focus is entirely on Complain and trying to respond in this series and make things work here.
Oof, that was a close shot there. Good contest.
Was Ono now playing it back upfield, but Dadu turns it aside. Nice little play here by ELMP trying to get it out the wall, but it does get stopped by X3MW. Oh, and a good long-distance shot. Tries to put it down low. So far, pretty nice play out of Supersonic Avengers, keeping the pressure on, even from long distance. These long-distance shots can be a little tricky to
so
gauge
close.
and stop. But yeah, they're a little off point, too. And here's a good opening for Complain, but they do manage to get the stop. And we're going back the other way yet again.
Yeah. Here comes the start of ping pong.
Yeah, this is getting very hard to call. Where it's going to break, and the LMP nearly gets the finish, but it does get stopped.
God,
Bit of a
so
three-car pileup in the corner there. We're going down the other way. ELMP looking to play it off the corner here. Can't quite do it. Sends it a little too far back for Ono Ole, who was in a good position to try to respond to that corner play, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I was a little confused with him deciding to back off like that, but I have to admit, I agree with it because he had two other members there ready to help.
Yep. Oh, and SFX makes a big stop. But X3MW there gets the response. Gets the tying goal here. 3:13 left to play. Let's take another look at this. Goes to the sky. Makes a good bit of contact.
God, threaded the needle right there. Look at that pressure he put. 89 miles per hour. That is insane.
right, Yemen's going to try and center the ball here for X3MW, and a beautiful setup there for that go-ahead goal.
Oh my god, what a beautiful job. Great hit by Yemen. Centers it, and X3MW just smashes it home. Another high spiking shot. 72 mile per hour on my screen. And I apologize, it should be in kilometers, guys. I did not get the memo for EU instead of NA, so I apologize.
Well, it is right on point. Good redirect by X3MW. Fortunately, Yemen was there to help try and drive that clear a little bit further away. Dadu sends it downfield, but the LMP sending it back on. We're back in ping-pong mode here, at least for the moment. And now, another shot on goal turned aside by Yemen before it can actually reach the net. Put the pressure back on for Supersonic Avengers. They need to get a tying goal here. They can't wait too long to get that goal. Oh, and they're fighting really hard to keep that ball out of harm's way. SFX does have to turn it around. But there's X3MW with a nice shot on goal.
God, he's just been putting the pressure on Supersonic Avengers right now.
Yeah, he really has. This has been a very difficult battle for both of these teams really right now. Just to try to get something a little consistently going. Complain has the slight upper hand, and that really might be enough. That was a bit of a disastrous goal there.
Yeah, that really was. I mean, look at all the misplays here. Alright, Dadu misses, now Ono, now Elm doesn't do anything with it, and Yemen just taps it.
Yeah, Yemen just kind of turns and sideswipes into it.
And don't worry, guys, I fixed it. I'm on the metric system. We are A-okay.
Oh, big shot there.
Yeah, so close by Yemen. Thought he might have got it by Elm, but Elm was ready. Oh, good shot.
Oh, no. LMP actually got caught up on the wall.
Oh, no.
We're going to watch this from his perspective for a second because you can see him coming in. He came in with good timing, but then he hooked the wall and just didn't get there in time.
And 100 kilometers per hour. What a fantastic shot. He really had no time to do anything with that.
And Complain all but securing this tournament win here right now. Trying their damnedest to make sure that they got it.
Well, there's not much more they have to do but defend.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Supersonic Avengers not looking quite as bad as they did earlier, and there's Yemen getting another goal to extend this lead and just drill it home.
Yeah, that feels like right there, that's the nail in the coffin. SFX best, just not there.
Another nail put in there. Extends this lead to practically insurmountable lengths right now. And I believe Complain will have secured a 4-2 series win here as we enter the final minute of play in just a little bit of time. There's SFX, though, trying to close this gap. They're going to have to come in swinging really hard if they actually think they stand a chance, though.
Exactly, and that was another mistake. Dadu and X3MW just weren't able to clear it out. And it makes me want to ask you, how many nails in this coffin do they need before it's finally put to rest?
I mean, they're just going to keep going until they're done. That's all it really is about. I don't think they're going to slow down or stop. They're just going to keep putting shots on net. If that means the score goes to double digits, then the score goes to double digits. But there's Ono, and we're not quite done yet, I don't think. They're digging in deep to this last minute style of play. They're within two. It's still a big gap with only a minute left to play, but it is not as insurmountable as it was just a few moments ago.
But that's just 2 goals right there within 10 seconds. It can be done.
It absolutely can be done, but they got to start doing it now. And that might be it. Yeah, X3MW puts another one up, extends their lead back to 3, and that could very well be the tide turner. The momentum that they were developing probably is going to come to an end here, barring some sort of miracle/collapse, I think.
Yeah, and then Yemen being a little cheeky, saying the comeback is dead. Really, he didn't have to say anything. He could just keep playing.
Oh, you knew he was going to, but...
always.
Final 30 seconds here. One more for good measure, and that pretty much will do it now. Complain. Just going to ride out these final 30 seconds. Like I said, they're just going to keep putting goals on until they can't.
But yeah, X3MW definitely my MVP in this series. I mean, you look at this game right now, he's got 4 goals, 1 assist, and 5 shots.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 shots. That is some solid performance. But 7-3 looks to be your scoreline right now. And we're coming down to the final 15 seconds. And it was a really good attempt at a comeback, and Yemen brings it to 8-3. I mean, this game is obviously all done at this point. So...
yeah, I mean, I don't have anything really to say about this. I said Supersonic Avengers had a chance to come back, but I chose Complain just because I saw nothing of what I've seen of Avengers. Like, what they usually do. You saw, like, maybe a glimpse of it in Game 3 and 4, and that was it.
Yeah, that early frustration, I think, was what really did the trick and just kind of set it in. But there you have it. Game 6 will go to Complain, and your winners of the ESL Go4RocketLeague Europe Cup number 10, a newcomer, Complain. So there we go. There's your tournament, ladies and gentlemen. To let you know, obviously, the other side of the bracket, Team Shizou made pretty painless work out of a 2/3 swarm in the 3rd place matchup. So, well, there you have it. That is it. That is your series. That is done. And Yemen's team, Complain, looking very good. And it's not just because of Yemen.
No.
You know, like you were saying, X3MW, probably the star of the show. I would say just making some incredible performances throughout the tournament. And that's certainly not to take anything away from Yemen and Dadu, both who looked fantastic. The whole team just performed solidly, and it resulted in a victory.
Yeah, so, it was absolutely great seeing X3MW attack, defend. Like, he was everywhere. I was very happy with his play. And Dadu got so many good saves for them as well. I mean, those two really put it in perspective. And Yemen got a lot of good assists for him. So just going back and forth was just great. But honestly, Supersonic Avengers just didn't show up for me.
Nah, I think that tough win over Swarm, I think, kind of derailed them a little bit. They were starting to get frustrated with themselves, and that frustration carried forward into the into that final series. But congratulations to Complain, your ESL Europe Cup 10 champions. So I think that is going to do it, though, for this stream. Few quick updates. NA tournament should be getting streamed. I don't know who exactly is going to be covering it, but the best thing I can say is go to my Twitter, and I'm sure I will be retweeting or tweeting where that stream will be when that happens for NA ESL in a little bit of time here. Additionally, I will not be here next week. I think we have coverage for next week's ESL Europe stuff, so we'll see how that develops. But again, just stay tuned. You'll know what's going on. But anyway, I think we're good. Excellent tournament. Good teams. We're going to wrap things up here. My name is Shalthis for Freezing Wolves. We will see you next time.
Take care.